To order the closed session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Narenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich, Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items. Do we have anybody online?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, could you read through what we're going to be talking about, please?
Yes. Is authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, conference with real property negotiator. The property is 206 Fisherman's Wharf, a portion of APN 7505-002-913. Items F2 through F4 under the title Conference Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F2, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach versus Mike Madani, Trust of the Madani Family Trust, under Declaration of Trust dated May 6, 2022, et al. Case number 21STC V11444. For item F3, the name of the case is Rosenda Ramirez Clark versus City of Redondo Beach, et al. Case number 21STC V00584. For item F4, the name of the case is Shauna Counter versus City of Redondo Beach, case number 24TRC V00603. And for item F5, under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Anticipated Litigation, there's one potential case. Thank you.
Okay, and City Manager Witsansky, who's going to be speaking to these items?
Yes, for all items listed this evening, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park will be present. For item F1, we will be joined by Brian Campbell, our outside leasing agent, along with Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. For item F2, we will be joined by Andy Wingy, our Public Works Director, and Mike Yoshiba, outside legal counsel on the matter. For item F3, we will have Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, and Dominic Quirrell, also outside legal counsel on the matter. For item F5, we will have Andy Wingy, again, our Public Works Director, and Geraldine Trevetti with the Engineering Division of the department.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session, please?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We will reconvene on or about 6 o'clock to report out and start open session. Thank you. Open session from our closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim. Here. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic. Here. Councilmember Obaji. Here. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, City Manager Witzinski, anything to report from closed session?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor.
Okay, could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular open meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, with that, I now call to order the regular council meeting. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience today, please stand to be recognized for your service. Looks like nobody. Well,
Just you today.
I'll stand up. Okay, let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Rocco, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. The floor is all yours, Rocco.
Good evening. My name is Rocco. I'm a fourth grader at Washington Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is math. I love my Pop Warner football team in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. Rocco, well done. Come on up. Rocco, we want you up here. Congratulations, well done. I think all the council wants to shake your hand. Rocco. I want to shake your hand.
Nicely done. Thank you, sir.
Go Chargers.
Yeah.
Okay, now the picture. Thank you. Thanks, Rocco. Well done. Used the outdoor voice and everything. Well done. Okay, with that, we're going to go to presentations and proclamations. I do have a proclamation this time, so. Thank you. Okay, so this is a proclamation of October 2024 as the Youth Substance Use Prevention Month. So I'd like to invite up BCHD board member Jane Deal and Youth Representative Kennedy Hasty. Thank you. So good evening. I'd like to call. Tonight's presentation is very important. The health and well-being of our youth is of utmost importance, and substance abuse use poses a significant public health challenge. Early substance use increases the likelihood of future physical, behavioral, social, and health issues. Substance use disorders among adolescents have long-term adverse health impacts, but can be mitigated with an efficient prevention program and with treatment. We are fortunate to live in the Beach Cities and have the services of Beach Cities Health District at our fingertips. BCHD is a past and current drug-free communities grant recipient through the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, bringing more than $1.2 million to the Beach Cities to strengthen collaboration among local partners and create an infrastructure that reduces youth substance abuse. We joined BCHD in preventing youth substance use this month of October, and frankly, every day of the year. So with that, I'll open the mic to you.
Thank you, Mayor and council, men and women. Since 2016, Beach Cities Health District has identified substance use and mental health as a health priority, which contributed to the development of the Beach Cities Partnership for Youth Coalition. Last year, President Biden issued a proclamation designating October as National Youth Substance Use Prevention Month to emphasize his administration's support of a drug-free communities coalition like ours. The Beach Cities Partnership for Youth Coalition collaborates with more than 200 local partners to improve youth mental health and reduce substance use, and is made up of 5 work groups. I'd like to introduce Kennedy Hasty, an RBUSD student, a member of the Beach Cities Youth Advisory Council, the youth-led work group focused on promoting the health and well-being of their peers.
Hi, my name is Kennedy Hasty, and I am a member of the Beach Cities Youth Advisory Council, a youth-led work group focused on the health and well-being of our peers. Like previously stated, the council is one of 5 work groups and is focused in the Beach Cities Partnership for Youth Coalition that collaborates with more than 200 local partners to improve youth mental health and reduce substance use. As a member of the group, I have the opportunity to bring awareness to the dangers of youth substance, not only to my peers, but to teachers, parents, and various stakeholders like yourselves. I am proud to be a part of an action-oriented group that offers recommendations as well as implements solutions to address youth health-related issues. Recently, a group of my fellow council members and I worked together to produce a naloxone training video that is now incorporated into every naloxone training presented and conducted by Beach Cities Health District, as well as available online to YouTube to the masses. To better understand the opioid crisis, recognize signs of an overdose, administer naloxone, and provide critical support until professional help arrives. The coalition's efforts to address youth substance use and increase awareness around the dangers of illicitly manufactured fentanyl extends beyond this video. Beach City students are being provided critical information through school assemblies to help us make smart decisions and healthy choices around substance use. The same information being shared to students is also being brought to parents during our educational night titled, "What I Wish My Parents Knew: Dangers of Youth Substance Use and Fentanyl." These events, including a screening of the fentanyl documentary, Come Back Home, followed by a panel discussion with youth people from local recovery programs in the Beach Cities. All coalition parent education nights are open to any South Bay parent or caregiver. So we hope to see you at our upcoming one on October 21st, which is a Monday at Manhattan Beach Middle School. Attendees will also have the opportunity to take home an overdose prevention kit that contains life-saving opioid reversal medication, naloxone intranasal spray, and fentanyl test strips. As a recipient of the California Department of Healthcare Services naloxone distribution project, Beach Cities Health District can supplement prevention efforts by distributing these kits. They're also available to the public at Alcove and Redondo Beach Cities. Thank you for your continued support in ensuring the health and wellness of Beach Cities youth.
I just want you to know all the councilmen and mayor have their kit. And Carrie Ann Lawson is in the back, and she has some extra ones if anyone is interested.
Thank you, and well done. With this proclamation, I proclaim the month of October 2024 as Youth Substance Use Prevention Month in Redondo Beach. So thank you for what you're doing, the service to the community, and Kennedy, great job as a public spokesperson. Thank you. And how about another round for well done. Okay, and now announcements from the council. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I got a couple announcements. This weekend, Wilderness Park, we have one more compost pickup from 8 a.m. to noon. Get there early, always sells out. I should say always gives away out because it's free for residents, and make sure you have ID or something that shows you're a resident. And it's a great thing. We do it 4 times a year, so come on over, 8 to 12. And then at the end of the month, Saturday, October 26th, 27th, in the Riviera Village, we've got locals and legends, bands playing on Avenue I. Should be a really cool event, including the former members of Oingo Boingo, Dramarama, and Richard Blade on Sunday. Did the same thing in the Seaside Lagoon last year. It was a really, really cool event, a ton of fun. I was there. It's really cool to see those kinds of names being played and said about coming to here at Redondo Beach. So that'll be in the village down there. And the last thing is, most importantly, we have the Measure FP Bond Debate and Community Forum this Saturday at 10 a.m. at Sonesta Hotel, and inviting everyone to come down there. I believe it's Cal Haven who's sponsoring it. And we'll have city staff there, elected officials, and members of the public to come down and speak to the bond, ask questions in a public forum, just like we had last week with all the other forums, bonds. But this is just for Measure FP, so 10 to 12, that's Sonesta Hotel. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, we had the September District 2 community meeting not too long ago, I guess it was about a week ago. And I want to thank Greg Kapovich from the Waterfront and Economic Development Department for helping out and actually telling everybody all the great things that are happening down on the waterfront, including those of you who have not seen it, the pavers that are down there. It has made a world of difference. I've had people say how wide the boardwalk looks and how nice it looks now. And we're, rounding the corner and hopefully completing it soon. So I want to thank city staff, public works, et cetera, for coordinating all that. So thank you, Greg. Thanks, staff. And we talked also about Measure FP, as Councilmember Nierenheim talked about, which is coming up November 5th. That's the measure to go about rebuilding our police and fire station, as well as fire stations, as well as the police annex. So people that are interested in learning more about it can go to residence4fp.com. Residence4fp.com can learn more about the bond measure. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajurovich.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was happy to attend the mayor's meeting on behalf of you, the mayor, excuse me, with Supervisor Mitchell last week. She was showing us the tool, the LA County Public Works tool that is focused on documenting all the jurisdictions for every residence, every street you can find in the county. It's pretty incredible. As well as discussing homelessness initiatives across the county, highlighting places that are successful, like Redondo Beach, as well as some suggestions on where we can do better. I also hosted my online District 3 community meeting last Saturday. Great discussion about bond measures and all things happening in Redondo Beach. And then last night, I was very privileged to attend the commission orientation and kickstart our youth commission that's been vacant for a while. They'll have their first meeting this Thursday. I'm very excited about that. That's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thanks for covering for me while I was up in Washington.
My pleasure.
Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to reiterate what Councilmember Nierenheim said, there'll be a Cal Haven forum on Redondo Beach Measure FP. People saying no, a lot of people in favor of yes on Measure FP. I've been walking around in District 4 talking to residents, and it's amazing what tremendous support there is for our firefighters and police officers, and the love that people have for the great quality first responses they get from our police and our firefighters. So if you want to show support to your police officers and firefighters, please just shoot me an email, zo@redondo.org, and I'll get you in touch with them. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I have more of a recognition than an announcement, and it's to recognize our city staff for a terrific job they've done in and around Dale Page Park, including the new crosswalk, from the bike path across Robinson into Dale Page Park. We have a brand new, fully dedicated pickleball court in Dale Page Park. They've restriped the basketball courts, the handball courts, and re-rubberized the entire playground area. And it's very much appreciated. So thank you to Andy Wingy, Mike Klein, Elizabeth House, Kelly Orta, our traffic engineer, Ryan Liu, and certainly our city manager, Mike Wazanski. Thank you.
Thank you. I was out on vacation last week, so not a whole lot, but I did this morning attend a forum held by the Association of Realtors on covering all our bond measures. So got in late last night, got up this morning and had to be live on the air with that. So that was a lot of fun. Appreciate the forum put together by the Association of Realtors. Okay, with that, let's see. Does anyone want to change the order of the agenda tonight?
I would make a motion to move L1 before consent. I know we have a lot of people to speak on that.
Consent calendar go fast.
Sure. Is there any downside to doing that that can be spoken of?
We'll probably be here a long time.
It depends.
It would
Sometimes
keep
consent takes a
staff
long time.
members who typically exit after consent a little bit later than they might, but that's purely council prerogative.
Okay.
Do you withdraw that, or do you still want to?
I mean, that's my motion. If I don't get a second, I don't get a second.
Only for that reason, I wouldn't second it.
Anybody else?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as is.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All for it?
Aye.
No,
Here a no?
I'm a no.
Okay, so 4-1. Okay, any blue folder items?
Yes. Okay, we have H10, agreements for project services with Coastal Construction Group for design and construction of the Seabass Grow-Out facility. We have public comments. J1, public participation on non-agenda items, public communications, comments. L1, the public hearing related to the general plan elements, public communications, and 1 regarding the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to update the revisions pertaining to bid requirements and procedures, changes to the ordinance, and a redlined ordinance. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion, a second. All for it?
Aye.
Okay. With that, we'll go to consent calendar. Does anyone want to, first of all, does any of the council want to pull anything for individual discussion? Councilmember Nair?
Yeah, item H9 and H10, that's the police drone and the fish, sea bass grow out.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
H12, please.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
None, thank you. I just wanted to highlight H14, that I'm very excited that the senior lunch program will be starting very soon.
Councilmember Obaji?
Yes, I'll echo that. Senior lunch program at Perry Park, much demanded, is coming back. Also wanted to highlight in H15, I wanted to thank Quality of Life Prosecutor Joy Ford, as was recited in that staff report, for the number of grants we've gotten in reducing the city's liability for our pallet shelters every month greatly.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett? None. Okay, so I got that we're going to pull H9, H10, and H12. Other than that, can I get a motion to approve the rest of the closed session?
What do you mean?
Open session.
Consent calendar.
Consent calendar.
I'll so move that.
Second.
Motion.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion from the public? So let's see, I got one card, Ron Morocco. You already knew that.
I wasn't going to let the opportunity get by. So there's H6 is the excused absence report, and I know you guys are looking for suggestions on it, but if you can focus on what the goal of that report is, which is in the background section of the report, looking at the 4 names over there, just looking at those commissions, what I think you might find more utility of value to you is, for example, the Recs and Parks Commission had an excused absence. There were 2 excused absences for that and both of them came before you. But the next one, budget and finance, that it turns out that there were two absences. One was excused, one was not. It probably would be beneficial for you to have either that piece of information or the name if that's what you so desire. The Historical Commission, there was no quorum. The meeting was canceled supposedly, but it's still not reflected on the city Legistar thing. But there was only one excused absence, so you have, again, people that were unexcused. Last week, you had the Public Arts Commission. There's nothing on this report with regards to how many absences there were, but there were 3 of them. None of the names are on there. So I think that if you're looking to actually have a report that you can use, that would be something that you may want to put down. How many were not excused from the meetings that were either canceled or held? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on the consent calendar that we've not removed?
Right. So I want to speak on on H5, regarding the license plate readers, the number 7. I have no problem with license plate readers, as most people, maybe you know, I was in that business. The issue always is the data and what is happening with the data. And is there a written and a reviewable use of the data, not only by our agency, but sharing with other agencies? This has always been an issue with me when I was in the business, and it still remains that in this business, as the proliferation of license plate reading cameras is going larger and larger and larger. It is important that we maintain the control over the data. So I have no problem with this particular purchase, but this is an issue that you should look farther into, just to make sure that our policies and our practice is following what it says. Thank you.
Can I just get clarification?
Bob.
So is your concern like if the RVPD shares data about a license plate that was picked up here and then MVPD, because the car was traveling north, shares that same data that, hey, that license plate pinged over there too?
No, that's not the issue.
Third parties.
The issue is third-party use.
So selling it to like Google?
Not
or-
even selling it, abusing it. And I can give you examples when I was in the business of people in a police department tracking a person who happened to be a paramour of his ex-wife. So this happens in this business. It's important that data be managed. And if you look in the history of license plate reading, it has gotten better. It's actually gotten quite good. But the point is that it needs to be managed and monitored consistently to make sure that the data is not leaking anywhere else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, do you have a response to that? It's okay if you don't right now, because I know we're blindsiding you.
Sure. We use 2 different license plate reader systems. We have Vigilant and we have Flock, and we control the agencies that can access our data. And then we also have very detailed audit trails anytime any of that data is queried. So we can look and see who's accessed data, and everybody has an individual login. So if nobody can just arbitrarily go and query data and search through information in the license plate systems in either one of the databases that we have, both of which are cloud-based and secure. So we can audit it at any time and see who's querying it and why they're querying it. They have to plug in a case number and a reason why they're looking at the information. And we've been using both systems successfully for many years. We've previously just used Vigilant. Now we're transitioning to Flock as well for various reasons. And we haven't had any issues with any compromised data.
Is the data expunged ever?
Yeah, with Flock, we're only keeping it for 30 days now.
30 days.
30 days.
Okay.
Vigilant, that data we store for longer, but we're slowly phasing out of the Vigilant camera systems. We found there's different requirements that are needed if we're going to keep the data for longer, and we found that in our investigations, usually 30 days is sufficient. So we're slowly transitioning away from Vigilant into Flock, which is going to have us mostly hanging on to the data for 30 days unless there's a reason to retain it longer for a criminal case.
And it doesn't go to third parties otherwise?
No.
Does not go.
It's for our internal use.
Okay.
Chief, is there any sort of audit of the queries that have been done. So ensuring that the case number is a valid case number, or that there was legitimate purpose for the search.
Well, we have a lot of people that have access to it. I mean, it's a very valuable investigative tool. So we're not arbitrarily just doing audits there. But if there was a reason that we had to look at who's accessing data, it'd be very simple for somebody at an administrative level to do an audit. But we're not just going through and looking to see who's running random information. We have too many databases to just arbitrarily search to see who's looking at what.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the response. Anyone else wishing to address any of the consent calendar items other than the ones that have been pulled for discussion? Anybody online?
No. And
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Mayor, and I have one comment for that and oppose, and then
For which one?
for H11. Sorry. Okay, so H7, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2410-087, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring the repainting and replacement of street striping as maintenance and exempting it from bidding requirements pursuant to sections 19 and 19.1A of the City Charter of Redondo Beach. H8, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2410-088, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting the salary range for the position of Principal Transportation Engineer. Thank you.
Okay, let's go into the pulled items. The first one is H9, Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I just wanted to get the chief, talk to Chief Herbis real quick. Item H9, just so everyone knows, is the aerodrome unmanned aerial support, which is basically a drone. And we signed a new contract with them. At first, we paid for existing and then asset forfeiture, I believe it was, last spring. And it created some questions just regarding their new fandangled radar that they're using. And I see, which I like in here, that we're not paying the full tilt of 280, much less than that, because they haven't got full FCC certification on that. And I wanted to know how did the test went overall, tell the public about it a little bit. And yeah, and I see the pricing on here too as well, so.
Sure. So in response to keeping the drone program going, this time what we did was we issued a request for information through the city so we could see what other types of drone products are out there and what they could offer. And as outlined in the staff report, we ended up getting 6 responses from different drone companies, which is really good because it gave us the opportunity to really see what is out there in the market. And we were able to look at things like the docking stations, which is new technology, which allows the drones to be charged remotely, and the sensor arrays or the radar systems, which are leaning towards the flight without a visual flight observer, and then also the technology just in the drones itself and the camera systems, and then also the software platforms that give us the ability to track the flights and monitor it from a remote location. So what we found was, going through all that system, was that Redondo had the product that suited Redondo Beach the best, and they are working towards having the fully autonomous drone as a first responder system, but it's not ready yet. So what we were able to do was work with Redondo to adjust the pricing so that we were only paying for the services that we're actually receiving. And then we put a clause in the contract, working with the city attorney's office, that once that fully autonomous system goes online and both the company and the city agree that it's functioning as intended, then there would be an opportunity for us to move to quote unquote 2.0 for the drone system, which would be the fully autonomous version with the radar sensor array system and the docking stations, which do the automatic charging. So, I mean, just a couple of examples of things that we saw from the other companies were the range. There wasn't the ability for other drone companies to cover the city of Redondo Beach with a single docking station. They didn't have quite the range of the radar systems, but one of the biggest was the charging. So the Aerodome system, actually, when the drone lands in the docking station, it actually uses a robotic arm to switch out the battery, where other drone companies, which the technology is not available yet, but what they're working towards is a docking station that does contact charging. So where Aerodome can change a battery in about 2 minutes robotically and get the drone back in the air, these other companies like Skydio and Brink and other companies that responded to the RFI, the drone has to land on the docking station and then charge via contact, which could take 35 or 40 minutes per charge. So we would need 3 drones, 3 docking stations to do the same thing that Redondo can do with 1. And there's other companies where we, because of the reduced radar footprint, we could need up to 9 drones just to cover the city of Redondo Beach. So the cost was astronomical, the difference, because of all the hardware that was involved. So it was an extensive research project, which was good because we learned a lot about the drone technology, which is emerging at a very rapid rate. It's actually impressive to see how the technology in this field is being applied to law enforcement. We've had a lot of successful uses of the drone at public events and also just during our drone as a first responder program, responding to crimes. And then we've also been able to make all of the flight information available on our website under the transparency portal. So any member of the public can go to the Redondo Beach Police website, go to the transparency tab, and look at all of our flights because every single flight is recorded. So
But not the video collected.
yeah, right. No video. It just shows that yeah, right. No video. But we get a lot of inquiries about why was the drone hovering here? Why was the drone hovering there? And so anybody can go look and see the path that the drone took from the time it was launched until the time it returned, just as a transparency component to our drone program. So we're excited that we're able to continue the DFR program with this advanced technology for the rest of the fiscal year. And then we're hopeful that we're going to see the advances in technology, the FAA waivers, so we can actually have the autonomous program up and running, and which is going to reduce the staffing footprint and also our ability to use the drone as a first responder program more frequently, and hopefully expand it to 7 days a week at some point as we can get additional department members, FAA 107 certified, so we have more people that can take control of the drone. So we're excited about these advances in technology. It was a good exercise for us to issue the RFI and analyze all those responses. And we're looking forward to keeping this program up in the air.
Awesome. And the question regarding video, the video is not being recorded, but can it be recorded?
We can record video, yes, but the video is not available to the public. What's on the website is the documentation of the time of the flight, the day of the flight, and the exact path that the drone flew.
How long do we hold the video for?
It would depend on the nature of the incident. If it's a crime and we're booking it as evidence, we would hold it for the length of the time that we need it.
For the evidence. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I'm really happy to see this come through with a slightly lower price for something that was still in development. And yeah, that you had an RFI out there, different companies, and it was a good read. So I want to make sure everyone understood that we did our due diligence on this and that we are moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks for the support. It's an exciting program for us.
So I actually got to witness this both as a, just on a regular day use, flying it from BCHD. That was pretty impressive. And saw the control system that's down in the communication center, which I think is the ultimate goal, is the communication center would be in control most of the time to alleviate your officers from having to do that. And then I also got to witness it on the Ops Center during the Beach Life Festival where he caught some scalpers and pickpockets.
That's right.
And tracked them down using the system. It also helped from a public safety response perspective. If someone was down or was ill in the concert, they would flash up a light and the drone could hone in on it. You could talk the fire folks into the site to get the first response to the person who was in distress. So I was very impressed with the system. I'd encourage you all to, take the chance to go see that thing work. It's very, very impressive. And if you watched it, if you noticed during Beach Life, it was rarely down. I mean, it would come down, change out the battery, and go back up. And even in the high winds, that was very impressive. So, any estimate on when FAA approval for the beyond line of sight and autonomous activities?
We're hoping the beginning of the next fiscal year. So I think that the timing will line up good to where we can actually get some use under our belt with the 1.0 version. And then that'll coincide with the upcoming budget season. And then it would give us the opportunity to present options and some success stories. And then we're hopeful during fiscal year 25-26 that we would have the waivers and we would be able to move towards the fully autonomous operation.
Yeah, we could see the announcements that it spotted an aircraft and would have aborted the flight on its own. But obviously there was a human in the loop at the time because it's not approved. So you could see the features, you just couldn't exercise them.
It's exciting technology. It's emerging at a rapid rate, and I'm proud that the city of Redondo Beach is on the leading edge of it.
Yep. Yeah, great job. Anyone else from the council wish to? Thank you, Chief. Any member of the public wish to address this issue? Anybody online?
I have none.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
All right.
Okay, that's 5-0. Is there anything, you don't have to read that one. Let's see, H10, I think two of you pulled it. Councilmember Narenheim, you were first to pull that one?
Yeah, H10. So H10 is Mr. Kapovich. A couple questions here real quick. So just so the public knows, this is the White Sea Bass Grow Out Lounge Center. And and we're taking them from, I guess, preteen to adult sizes, just about adult sizes. And we found a spot. It's moved around all over the locations in the harbor. And we've had it there before. We had it in the harbor before, and now we're bringing it back. 60 grand for a contract to build it out and move forward. Thank you for the work on that. And I know the fishermen and a whole bunch of other environmental people who are out there using the ocean. I would love seeing this coming back, and it's a great use of our harbor. So anything else to add in the staff report?
No, it's just really exciting. I know it's been a long time coming. The fishermen are really excited about it. We haven't had one for 4 or 5 years, to your point. This one's actually in the water. The one we had before, when we got to adult size, we actually had to truck them into the water. This is going to be an easier process. But yeah, it's a win-win.
Real quick, it said in here regarding the people that were tracking these, they were happy about the size and amount of white sea bass they were catching in the Santa Monica Bay recently. So this is going to just add to that, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what are we doing for funding, ongoing funding? The fish are coming from, if I believe correctly, if I remember correctly, from the Department of Fish and Game through the fish licensing sales? That's
Correct.
how
They
we're going
come
to
from
get
there,
there.
and the food comes from there as well. So operating costs are minimal. It's really going to be based on volunteers to just take care of the pens themselves.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead. Pen's going to be located.
To describe it, it's over by the Harbor Patrol docks, not within the slips, but on the outside edge of one of the slips over there.
Between the Galveston wall and the,
Correct.
and the long slip.
Just outside the crow's nest over there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we had a couple of typos that were noticed or minor misinformation. Can we correct that without bringing this back?
Yes, you can. There was a blue folder item that
Yes.
actually detailed that. The staff report said that the Sea Lab operated the old grow out facility. While it was housed at the Sea Lab, it was actually a different organization, a nonprofit organization that actually ran that operation, was the King Harbor Ocean Enhancement Foundation. A little historical context.
And then there was also a misstatement somewhere else. It was a minor in the same, it was in the same blue folder item. Can you make this?
Yeah, so
Does anything affect the contract that we?
No.
Okay.
It was all just history.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve this item and to include the added typos and addendums, corrections, and blue folder items.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I do want to thank Chief Hoffman for making the site available. That was a bit contentious, but we got through that. And it's the, Chief Butler, geez, I'm losing it. All you chiefs look the same to me. Chief Butler, I want to thank you for your cooperation there. I know that was a decision you had to make, and I appreciate you accommodating us with that location. I think it's the ideal one. This has been missing for several years. Harbor Commission's been pushing for it to come back, and just very pleased to see it moving forward. With that, we have a motion and a second. I do have one card on this from a Joff Gilbert. Joff? Jeff?
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Jeff Gilbert. I'm the Executive Secretary for the Southwest Anglers, one of the oldest rod and gun clubs in the southern part of California. We've been trying to get this white sea bass program here in Redondo for quite some time, before it was in Marina Del Rey, and they were talking about moving it down here or trying to get it out of that area, or actually building a second one in this area. Not only is it going to, hopefully, and the science is still fuzzy about, how effective this is. Numbers are coming in saying that is good, but not only will this hopefully increase the white sea bass population, it'll bring to light other fish species that are, I would say, threatened. For example, the halibut, while it's not threatened, the counts have come down quite a bit from days of yore. This is something that the community can get active in. We had the Sea Lab out there, but what better thing is there than a breeding area, or not breeding, but a raising pen area for fish for the Santa Monica Bay. Get the youth involved in this. The fishermen, obviously, they've got tasty items on their mind, but it does bring to life how the Santa Monica Bay was and is still very threatened, and would be good to support something like that. Get the public to actually know about it and have this awareness in their minds. So support for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
Yes, I have Mark Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater. This is just great news that we're taking this step forward to secure our new white sea bass facility. I had the pleasure many years ago of cleaning the tanks because my granddaughter was one of the volunteers. I would drive her over there and help clean the tanks. Great to see this coming back. I want to thank our waterfront director, Greg Kapovich, for getting my email in as a blue folder item that, clarified exactly what you guys just talked about, that it was the King Harbor Ocean Enhancement Foundation who operated that program under the leadership of Rich Ford and John Whitaker. So it's great. We now have their volunteerism codified in our records. I thank you very much, everyone. Have a great rest of the evening.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
I have no more.
Okay, with that, I'll take the vote. All for?
Aye.
Okay. Let's see, the next one was H12. Was that you, Councilman?
That's me, actually.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Smoody. So my question isn't related to necessarily to the name. That's perfectly fine, the Cultural Art Commission. My question is related to the responsibilities of the commissioners. How do they feel? Have we talked to them about it in terms of taking on these additional responsibilities? Because I think one of the last things I'd want to do is accept somebody on the commission who is not willing to fulfill all the duties, because there's, we're now getting into music, film, literature, poet laureate. Has this been broached with the commissioners?
Yeah, it has been. The liaison, Elizabeth House, spoke with them. They did furnish a letter that was included as part of the last report that came on the September 17th. They were against the addition, but it was something that was still included and voted for on the 17th by council that was here. But yeah, the letter was not in favor of adding these new responsibilities to the commission.
And I think it just to add a little bit of context, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, Luke, I think some of the concern had more to do with what the focus of the commission would be going forward, not so much adding the duties, but maybe losing the public art component as the primary focal point of the commission. I think what we've tried to assure the commissioners who we've spoken to is that that will continue to be their first charge and their primary function. The expansion of the title and therefore duties will be assigned as council sees fit and as bandwidth allows. So I don't think our intention here is to suddenly have them focus and work on broader cultural or performing arts affairs. It still will be to ensure that we are executing our public art program. But in the event that something like that arises, we would have a body that we could seek counsel from and have the council receive some additional public input and advice from.
Yeah, my concern is that we have a hard enough time getting proper attendance and quorums at these commissions. Right. And if people are not as passionate about the other subjects, then that could be an issue when it comes to getting people to show up. So I have some reservations about that. I do understand why they might be concerned, because what they volunteered for is something different than necessarily.
We did replace most of the commissioners were termed out.
Yeah, but still.
So there's new commissioners on board, and this was advertised as such.
Well, I have some reservations.
And we had that letter when we voted for this.
Yeah.
Initially.
Yeah, I was not here for that.
What I might suggest is let's give it a try. And if there are concerns, we can always come back and rename it and tighten up their duties if it becomes problematic. I personally don't see it becoming an issue for the commission. I think that they will have their hands full with public art projects first and foremost. I can't think of anything candidly on the cultural or performing arts side that's on the horizon that they would need to weigh in on. Certainly not in the next several months. You know, a concept like a Shakespeare by the Sea, or perhaps additional programming down at the Veterans Park Library when we get that rolling might be accretive. But right now, public art is going to continue to be their charge. So,
and there was some confusion on that we could mix the expansion into cultural arts with the money that we're taking for the public art, which is not true.
yeah, there is no ability to use nor intention to use the John Parsons public art funds for anything outside of public art. And candidly, they're overprescribed now. We have no available funding. We've got 5 very poignant public art projects in the queue that will spend all of those resources. So,
And about to start one down at the skate park.
but candidly, it's purely a council call as to the name, but we certainly could bring back a report in 6 months to a year if you're curious about their workload and whether or not they're frustrated by the new title.
Councilmember Obaji.
So first, let me say thank you to Councilmember Kalajerovich, because she came to the last Public Arts Commission meeting between soccer games for daughters and actually spoke to the Cultural Arts Commission or Public Art Commission about this name change, because they had been coming here freaking out about the name change and responsibility expansion. It makes no sense. They used to be the Public Art Commission. Then somebody came along and said, why are we limiting them to static public art? Let's include cultural arts, dances, plays, anything that celebrates culture. And so we did. And then they're like, no. And they came in here stomping, upset, angry, and so on and so forth. You know, if they don't want the added responsibility, we can merge this into the Public Amenities Commission, which will be handling tons. But they seem to be dedicated to the public art, which I love. Obviously, they can't talk about, with the limited funds that we have, they can't talk about public art every single meeting. So we're adding more to their plate, and hopefully they can get with it.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I did stop by the commission. And I think most of what I heard was that they were worried about the added duties being overwhelming, as well as maybe the misconception that those John Parsons funds could be used for other things other than physical, tangible art, which is not the case. The ordinance does not allow that. And I feel like they received the conversation or my comment well. I think there's a better understanding of what we're expecting going forward. As you mentioned, the charge is really focused on the projects they already have, and there may be something that we will ask their expertise on, weighing in on some public performance art or something else in the future, but right now it's not on the agenda. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I get a motion? No?
I'll make a motion to
Public comment, I think somebody wants to raise their hand.
H12.
Georgette Gantner had her hand up.
You have a card.
I know,
Oh,
but
okay.
we haven't had a motion yet.
We'll have to have a motion.
Motion to approve H12.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now, any member of the public wishing to address this item, we have one card, Georgette Ganter.
Good evening, Georgette Gettner, District 2. Yes, thank you, Councilwoman, for coming to the meeting. We really appreciate that a lot. Councilman Obaji, to your point, one person who is not a public art person, who is on another commission, came up randomly one night and said, wouldn't that be a good idea? It's like, oh, Yeah, it could be at some point. One person, one. It wasn't anybody from public art. It wasn't anything to respond to and go, yeah, let's do it now. One person, right? Do you have any other information that's beyond that?
The mayor as well, obviously, it was his plan.
I know, yeah, she addressed you, and I know who it is. I won't say her name. I know exactly who it is. Anyway, I don't think it's a bad idea. How about not yet? How about in other cities, they handle their public art so differently. In San Diego, they have actual people that come forward, they're nonprofits. And San Diego has an $8 million grant that they delegate out to the people, and that's their public art, but that's their commission, their public art commission, or sorry, cultural arts commission, because all the different groups represent different arts. So that's how they handle it. I still don't understand how this is going to improve the public art commission, and when there is really no need to do this yet. I don't understand how this is improving anything other than and we didn't freak out. But we are worried, they and I, are just concerned about all the other issues that the new commissioners were not consulted. Why don't you wait a year until the new commissioners have an idea of what they're doing? They're new people, they're mostly from hands-on art, to get an idea of the job. And then it could be broached at their first meeting, which is happening in November, to see how they vote and how they feel about it. You know, I know you said that it's not a big deal and whatever, but if it's not a big deal, then why are we making the change? And the other thing I'd like to suggest is, what I think would be exciting is, why don't we start, and I can start organizing it, whatever, an art advocacy group, where we can start collecting people or coming to people, I know a lot of people, and start coming to people who are in the arts. And we start coming to nonprofit groups or any kind of groups that are teaching dancing or theater or whatever, and start saying, hey, do you want to form a group? Can we do this? And create an infrastructure that might lead to a cultural arts commission in the future. So I think that would be exciting. I would love to do that. And any other person that would like to, but I'm just saying, if you could just find it in your heart and hearts and minds to maybe wait a year until these new commissioners have gotten used to their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item? Anybody online?
None. And no e-comments.
Councilmember Obaji.
I just want to say thank you to Georgette Gettner, because she comes to all the Public Arts Commission meetings and participates and gives good ideas. And your Artesia list, by the way, of stores and the like was amazing. So thank you for your active participation.
Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
All opposed? No. Okay, 4-1.
I need to read. H12, adopt by title only ordinance number 3278-24, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 9, Article 14, Section 2-9.1401, 2-9.1403, and 2-9.1404, and Title 10, Chapter 6, Sections 10-6.02, 10-6.03, and 10-6.08 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code regarding the Public Arts Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. The section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the City Council and the mayor, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once during this time frame. And we'll do cards first. So with that, my first card is from Ron Morocco, and then Wayne Craig.
Mr. Mayor, fellow councilmen, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight with regards to giving you a Path of History update. You should be getting something from, there we go.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Thank you.
All for?
Aye.
So I think it's real exciting that this council has agreed to fund 8 Path of History markers in this current budget. I thank you very much for it, but I want to give you monthly updates. One of the reasons is we have the ability to raise funds to do even more from the private sector. So I'll give you the timeline that we're sitting on at this point. On Wednesday, July 10th, 2024, I met with the city manager to discuss moving forward with the Path of History project. He informed me that I would be working with Elizabeth House to get that thing moving forward. Following that meeting, I was able to reach the sign designer who created all the 10 markers that we have in the city to assist. She had an approved contract that expired last year. She was willing to take on the project again and assist with the fabrication. And on July 23rd, 2024, the sign designer submitted her one-year contract proposal to the city manager's office, which had very similar terms to what we had last year. On August 14th, I met with Elizabeth House to discuss the status of the contract as well as suggest the 8 markers for the city to put in. And we confirmed that information by email on August 18th, 2024. My concern is that we need to start on this, and otherwise we'll miss out on opportunities to raise funds from the public. I'm actually hoping these monthly updates that I'm going to give you will encourage community members to step forward and sponsor signs. It's an approved fundraising project in the city, so I'm excited about having that opportunity for everybody over here to become a sponsor. Contract approval, review and approval is key. It's been 2 months since the proposal was submitted. I'm told by the city attorney that that has not been submitted to him for review. So I would love to be able to encourage you all to get that contract before you in one of your meetings. This is a project that requires minimal staff involvement. We put up 5 markers when we were completely understaffed. We do need the contract approved in order to get everything started. We have the cities involved in the process, but we don't really need much time with regards to staff time and the short bandwidth they have. So my goal is that I hope you encourage the city staff to get you the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Eleanor, we're not seeing this on our presentation on our screen.
You're not seeing.
We're not seeing the timer. Let's see, Wayne Craig and then Robin Eisenberg.
Yeah, I don't even have this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. Like all you up here, I do support Measure FP. It's an important issue. As you know, I've been coming up for 7 years after the urging of council to do something about our fire department, and I'm glad that we're finally moving something forward. Now, I have more stuff coming out on that. I'm still waiting for my signs to put up and line my street with. All my neighbors, I've been door knocking or talking about it. So definitely some positive vibes going there. But I did want to talk about something else that is important. In fact, if this doesn't pass, it doesn't matter all the hard work we do for our fire department, and that is on Measure RP. So I want to talk a little bit about that tonight for people who don't understand some of the details. Mayor Light this morning came and spoke at our Association of Realtors meeting, did a great job. In fact, I don't know if you know it, but the woman who was here with her son, Rocco, she's our CEO.
Yes.
So she's really cool. Anyway, the most important item for Redondo Beach voters to approve on the ballot in November is Measure RB. Unlike other ballot measures, it costs nothing to residents, but can nonetheless save our city. In a recent lawsuit, Redondo Beach and other charter cities were victorious against attempts by Sacramento to take over our local zoning. After the win, city leaders found language in our current city charter that could allow exposure from future lawsuits from the state unless we correct them. Measure RB will make a small change to charter language to better protect the city from bad actors trying to force zoning on Redondo Beach. This measure is absolutely vital and must be approved. I hope you got that clear. Absolutely vital, must be approved. If not, Redondo Beach could be exposed to builders' remedy lawsuits that will force state mandated zoning on our city. Please, let's all work together to stop outside bad actors from taking over our local zoning. Vote yes on Measure B, Measure RB, and FB. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Eisenberg and then Brad Waller.
Mayor, City Council, City Attorney Chair, and City Manager and staff. Want to quickly talk about the guidelines discussed regarding the cannabis stores. Miles Peck of Supreme sent you all a letter going a little more in detail, so I can be quick. The guidelines is currently written, and I know you're going to probably revise them, but they currently actually favor chains and large chains at that versus an independent operator with just as much experience, just as much capital, or more. As to showing experience, well, I hate this expression, but there are many ways to skin a cat, and I'm going to get hell when I get home. The cat's going to be mad. But if you had several stores and someone gave you crazy dollar amount to sell them, you might have, and then you have no current stores. Doesn't mean you don't have experience, doesn't mean you don't have the same access to capital as a large chain. A few of the guidelines do apply to current stores, and that's what I'm worried about, because in a competitive application process such as yours, every single point matters, not just 50 points or 100 points, every point. So as far as having $10 million stores, most cannabis stores in California don't have them. Maybe the one next to Disneyland, I don't know. But $10 million stores are also not necessarily profitable. There's no way that you've distinguished between profitable stores and whether somebody just has gross revenues of $10 million. I once did a Disney store in New York City. It was 75,000 square feet, and it's closed now because it wasn't profitable. But I'm sure it did tens and tens of millions. So anyway, gross sales, profitability are two different things. I'm not against chains. I make my living off of retail chains. Please refer me to any expanding chains. But there's also an advantage to an independent operator with the same experience and same access to capital, which is they're only focusing on this one store, not 10 stores. So you get what you see when you have an independent operator. And again, there's pros and cons of both. I once had a friend in Redondo ask me for a painting contractor. I referred to her a really big guy. He had a flashy brochure. And then I also referred her a single licensed and insured guy who was local. And she told me she really liked the big guy and she liked his shoes. I reminded her that that guy that she met was not going to be painting the house. The local guy who she met, he was going to be actually painting her house. So all we're doing here is asking for a fair playing field. Thank you.
Thank you.
The thank you was past the zero, sorry.
Okay, Brad Waller and then German Sora.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Brad Waller from District 1, and I'm the Vice President of Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. And so I am here to let you know that we are having our first Saturday sweep this upcoming weekend on Saturday. Anyone is invited, you guys, anybody in the audience, anybody listening. We have all of the supplies and I invite anyone to join us. It will be sponsored by the Rotary Club of Redondo Beach this week, so you can meet your Rotarians. Also, I would love to remind you that our annual mixer and fundraiser will be October 16th at 5 p.m. at the Napa Room at HT Grill in Riviera Village. I previously gave you guys the handouts for that. We will have lots of opportunities to bid on items and we will have a raffle. You can register at keeptheesplanadebeautiful.com or you can always email me, brad@bradwaller.com. Let me know how many people might be attending so we have some good idea of how many we can expect, make sure that we do not overfill our room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. German Sora and then Bob Pinsler. That's the last card I have.
Good evening, Mayor. Hello, Council. My name is Herman Soria. I'm with the Carpenters Union. I grew up 15 minutes away. Grew up coming to the South Bay, and many of us have, especially in this room. We support measures like FP because what that does is invest back into our community. We support our brothers and our sisters, our blue-collar working class heroes that don't get enough respect, and we would like to see more facilities being built for them, state-of-the-art, where they can start getting better training. And what that does, it reinvests back into the community. So when that is approved, not if, when that is approved, We would like to see PLAs with that, where we could get more local hire. And what that does, just building back our community and supporting as apprenticeships where we could train more people, and it offers a livable wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Pinsler, and that's the last card I have.
I know you love brinksmanship, but the Charter Review Committee sent you months ago 3 items for the ballot about the elected department heads. 2 of them, the city clerk and the city treasurer, were worked out in detail, in excruciating detail, with the occupants to make the departments operate better and meet charter requirements. Get them on the ballot in the form we proposed and let the public decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Any member of the public wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Yes, once again, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Ray Lawson. I'm with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We represent over 3,500 members right here in the South Bay. Several of our members live right here in Redondo Beach. Yes, we're here to speak on Measure FP. Yeah, we as the Carpenters Union, yeah, we support it. We believe in the police. We believe in fire departments. Yes, we like to see fire stations and police stations being rebuilt, and even new ones being built. But a lot of times when they're built, they don't have labor standards in it. We just ask that you consider moving forward, when FP is passed, to hire a responsible contractor that pays a livable wage, that has an apprenticeship in it, and also that has health care. The people that will be building these fire stations, these police stations, they get hurt. Their families will get hurt. They need health care. Apprenticeship is the gateway to enter into the middle class. If the contractor that's hired to do this work doesn't have an apprenticeship, the young people won't have an opportunity to move up in their pay scales. They can stay locked in the work that they do, in the trade and the craft that they do, and they'll never get opportunity to maybe one day own a home in Redondo Beach. And also a livable wage. Everyone deserves a livable wage. We see with inflation, gas prices, so forth. Rent in Redondo Beach, we know how high it is, but the people that will be building these stations, if they have a livable wage, they're able to afford everything that everyone else would like to afford. So we just, we support Measure FP, but we also know Redondo Beach has an aging pier. The South Bay Galleria, something needs to be done with that. And we are the people that do that work. We build that, we builders. We like to build, and we like to see those projects going forward, and we support those kind of projects. So we're just here to let the city council members know, and you, Mayor, know that we're in support of development in Redondo Beach. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council at this time on non-agenda items? Anyone online?
Yes, Mark Hansen.
Hi, it's Mark Nelson, but Hanson's a good name too.
Sorry.
And just a quick comment. I come from an LEO family with a line of duty death, and I think anything you can do with drones that doesn't require putting people in harm's way is a good idea. And I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong item. Okay, so it's impossible to make good decisions about all these bond measures without understanding agency liabilities. Beach Cities has $175 million off-balance sheet liability that could easily wind up being assigned to property owners by a bankruptcy judge. Beach Cities accepted a $6.3 million grant for their alcove building by agreeing to a $175 million 30-year unfunded operating liability for alcove for all of SPA 8. Measure BC also claims Beach Cities needs yet another $9 million on top of the $6.3 million. So how'd we get here? Beach Cities wanted a shiny new alcove building instead of continuing to use the current Ocean View 514 North Prospect space. So Beach Cities applied for the 6.3 million, actually needed 15. And they added a sweetener that they would do all of SPA 8 for Alcove. Surely Beach Cities knew that they were walking into $175 million liability. Turns out they didn't. Beach Cities responded in a Public Records Act response that it signed the $6.3 million grant contract without conducting a 30-year cost analysis. In the real world, that's sort of a terminal offense. And they basically added gratuitously on the Public Records Act response, we'll get grants, if wishes were horses. So why does Beach City's $175 million off-balance sheet debt matter? Los Medanos Health District went belly up already. The federal bankruptcy judge established precedent by continuing the taxing of district residents during that period of time, even though the district was non-functional. It would not go ahead and clear the debts away. So I think it's in the best interest of the city and RBUSD, who will both have ongoing capital needs, to deal with this $175 million mess before it starts competing for additional property tax funding. There's a fairly easy solution, which would be to force Beach Cities to unwind the $6.3 million agreement and reduce the service area back to the Beach Cities. That would put the facility in the Ocean View Prospect offices that they already have. I mean, I don't know what the council does with this, and I don't know what RBUSD does with it, but having this big of an albatross hanging around our necks will eventually come back to bite us. And Beach Cities doesn't have long-term funding.
Okay, can you wrap up, Mark?
Yeah, I just, again, it's a lot of money, and it's going to eventually get in the way of additional funding of Redondo Beach and the school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Nancy Skiba.
Hi, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nancy Skiba, District 4, Public Safety Commissioner. I really want to encourage the voters of Redondo Beach to get behind Measure RB, and also for them to volunteer and support and vote for the F&P measure for the fire stations and police stations. Our firemen are living in circumstances where they're exposed to mold, asbestos, and these buildings are 70 years old. They are not earthquake safe necessarily by today's standards. And we need to have the proper housing for our guys, for our trucks, and so that they can do a good job, be safe and healthy, and serve Redondo as they really are able to do if they have what they need. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And then one e-comment. The other three will go into L1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item K, we do have a public hearing tonight on L1, so any ex parte communications related to that? Councilmember Ehrenheim.
I do. I talked to Councilmember Lowenstein, yourself, the mayor, city staff, members of the public on this item.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I talked to Councilmember Nierenheim, staff, and public.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Staff and members of the public.
Councilmember Obaji.
Councilmember Barron.
Councilmember Barron.
I spoke to Councilmember Obaji, city staff, members of the public, Dan Elder.
Okay, thank you. And I've spoken with members of the public, city staff at length, and several on the council. So, okay, going into public hearings, L1.
Yes, Mayor.
I'll make a motion.
I mean, I did solicit a legal letter from Mr. Backley to resend that to me because it got lost in my emails.
So I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mark Weiner. I'm the Director of Community Development. I'm joined tonight by my planning manager, Sean Scully, who's going to be presenting along with me. And then we also have 2 members of the consultant team from PlaceWorks that are with us virtually. That's Wendy Nowak and Hallie Grundy. So I just want to talk a little bit about this item tonight and what's being presented to the council. This is a broad overview of the general plan update and zoning ordinance amendment. The council's not going to be asked to make any decisions on this item tonight. It's really, we're presenting, we're introducing it. We are anticipating that this will come back October 15th. Well, it's scheduled for that. And October 29th for a decision on the item. We're going to ask the council to adopt the items specifically related to the implementation of the housing element at that October 29th meeting. So I wanted to make that clear from the outset. And at this meeting, like I said, we're giving an introduction to it, but the council can also provide policy direction to staff or direct staff to evaluate or analyze any aspects of this program. So with that, let me get into it. So first, I just want to give an overview of what a general plan is. It's defined as the constitution of the city. It's a policy document that provides guidance to the city on future land use and development, future policy actions. For example, the capital improvement plan should be based on policies and standards in the general plan. So it's really a guide, which in this case is supposed to establish policies for the city through the year 2050. So it's looking towards the future. There are certain state required elements in the general plan. A general plan is required to be consistent with itself within the elements, and then also with the zoning ordinance, which is an implementation program of the general plan. Oops. So for this update, the elements that are being updated are the land use, the open space and conservation, the safety element, and noise element. So tonight, we're just going to cover the land use element, which is where the bulk of the changes are being made and the most substantial changes. The remaining elements, we provided information on that in the staff report and with the packet. We will be addressing those in more detail at the October 15th meeting. And I also want to note that the draft EIR has been in circulation for some time. We're preparing the final EIR, which is going to be ready mid-October and will be presented to the City Council at that October 15th meeting. So tonight, we're really focusing on the land use elements. And I've listed on the slide the elements that we are not updating at this time. One of which is the housing element, which was updated and adopted by the City Council in 2022 and was certified by State Department of Housing and Community Development. So just giving a little bit of background on this project, it was initiated in 2016, so it's gone on for some time. At that time, the City Council appointed a General Plan Advisory Committee, also referred to as GPAC. That committee met 28 times. There were over 1,800 citizens that were engaged in the process and provided commentary. It really was quite a lengthy process and a lot of hours put in by the committee and staff and the consultants to get it to this draft form that's before you tonight. As part of the general plan, in the introduction, there's a vision statement, Vision 2050. As I said, this is intended to plan out to the year 2050. And also guiding principles are identified up front in the documents. And some of the topics that were central focus during the process included quality of life, the small town feel, the beach community feel of Redondo Beach, preservation of neighborhoods and existing land use patterns, mobility, a focus on the beach, harbor, and waterfront, culture and education, business, technology, and civic engagement. So these were some of the themes and some of the drivers of the goals and policy in the document. There were certain objectives of the general plan that are stated right up front. And I'm just going to go through those really quickly. One is that the established residential neighborhoods and the commercial districts be preserved, the land use patterns be preserved, but that we do recognize opportunity for potential infill development within those existing land uses. Same for the second bullet, preserving the existing land use patterns. So really, what's being proposed is not a sweeping change to the land use map or the zoning map. It's more nuanced and it's more specific, and it's looking for ways to enhance what the city currently has. There's also a focus on repurposing some of the
Go ahead.
I have a question. If you could just go back 2 slides real quick. Yeah, here. Are these topics, are these that the GPAC settled on? These are the subjects that they said should guide us here, or are these the guiding principles that we would incorporate into our general plan? Like, you know, developing an economic engine in the city is something that we've talked about time and again, try to create systemic revenue here, be it Artesia Boulevard, PCH, wherever, maybe Riviera Village. So where would that fit in here? Is that like falling into business and technology?
So that was folded into the land use element update, and there are different goals and then policies that relate to economic development. And then there's an implementation plan that speaks to that specifically. And with those goals and policies and the implementation plan, it's the intent isn't the city is able to do it all within the first few years. It's taking actions over the next several years and following through on these, and in particular the implementation items.
You haven't been on the GPAC. And I see Nick Biro out there, Bob Pinsler. I don't see if anyone else was there. That was the area we gathered kind of that business engine, was that statement there.
So going back to the objectives, number 3, really looking for opportunities to reuse and repurpose some of the underutilized sites in North Redondo, in particular ones next to the metro area. And then also, which was very important, was targeting areas necessary to satisfy the state's regional housing needs allocation requirement, which I'll get to a little bit later in this presentation. So those were really the 4 primary objectives of this general plan update. So as I mentioned, we're going to be focused on the land use element in particular tonight. With that update, there's updated land use maps, and that map informs the zoning map and the land uses allowed within the city. There's updated definitions for those various land uses. The table that you see on the right side of the screen is from the general plan, and it has an example of some of the different land use designations, and then a description of those, and then what's allowed in terms of density or floor area build out. The land use element also identifies special policy areas, which I'll get to in a moment, health and vitality goals, environmental and economic sustainability goals and policies. I'm addressing your question earlier, and then historic preservation goals as well. So the land use element identifies 7 special policy areas within the city with goals and objectives, and a directive to the city to give special focus and attention to these areas. One of which is the North Redondo Tech District. That's up in the northeast corner of the city. And really, if you look at the statements in that section of the general plan, it's intended to be an employment center, providing some opportunity for retail, for just overall commercial use in that area, and potentially industrial. The general plan also addresses Artesia and aviation as special policy areas. And in fact, during the process of the general plan being updated, a project was born from that, where we developed a plan specifically for the Artesia Boulevard and Aviation Boulevard. It's called the ACAP, and the council should be familiar with it. And really what that plan looks to do is to implement several of the recommendations that are in the general plan regarding the special policy area. There is also the Galleria area, which is identified as a special policy area. It includes, and Sean, I'm going to turn over the zoning ordinance part of the presentation to Sean, but you'll see that we're proposing an industrial flex zone within this area with the idea of making it more of a job center. There's also both North and South PCH are identified as special policy areas. And then if you look in the implementation items, there's even direction to place a focus on this and look to develop a plan similar to the ACAP for this corridor, where we take a closer look at the various development standards, parking standards, and for ways to incentivize property investment and property improvement. The Riviera Village is identified as a special policy area, and there's guidelines about quality of design, establishing design guidelines for the area, addressing the parking within that district. So those were the 7 special policy areas, and I mentioned that the structure of the general plan is goals, policies, and then implementation. This is from the Appendix B, the implementation plan. This is just a snapshot of the first page. And you can see that there's different implementation actions that the city is to undertake. They're tied to the applicable policies. And then the time frame, it's general, and it states short, midterm, or long-term in order to achieve these. And one of the implementation items is that we review the general plan on an annual basis and prepare a report and evaluate how well we're doing in terms of complying with these implementation measures, which I think is important to check back in on a regular basis. I mentioned in 2022, the city council adopted the housing element, the 6th cycle housing element. That was certified by state HCD. What's important about that is it's the driver of some of these policies and some of these standards in the general plan, and in particular, the bulk of the zoning ordinance amendments are being driven by this. There's a certain number of units that the city has to zone for or allow for. It's called the RENA, and you can see on the screen, it's 2,490 units of varying income levels, categories. In order to address this, the city is we're proposing 6 affordable housing overlay zones, and Sean's going to show those on his map for the zoning update. And we do have a deadline, it's a state deadline of February 12th, 2025 to adopt the implementation, which would be the land use elements and the zoning ordinance would implement these housing requirements. It's the overlay zone for the housing, but then there's also certain programs and standards in our code that need to be updated as well. So I just want to touch real briefly on the Planning Commission recommendations. This was reviewed, the general plan and zoning ordinance was reviewed by the Planning Commission on 4 separate occasions. They made recommendations, and they're in fact required to by state law when updating a general plan. We attached that as a resolution to the staff report, and I just want to cover some of the highlights of that real quick. One of which is that the general plan proposes a floor area ratio increase of 0.5 to 1.0 for the C4 district along Pacific Coast Highway. The Planning Commission recommends that we keep that at 0.5 until that plan for PCH is developed. They want to gain a better understanding of what the massing issues might be and height issues with the buildings at that higher floor area ratio. There's also policy language that strengthens the objective identification of historic resources. There's a new added policy that the Planning Commission requested that would direct the city to develop a heat island mitigation plan for sizable projects. A policy prohibiting the installation of new artificial turf, which we would have to codify to follow through on that, prohibit it. And then also a policy establishing a citywide goal of 29% tree canopy cover. So those were some of the main items, and throughout the process of this being reviewed by the Planning Commission, we received a lot of public comments about the floor area ratio in the public institutional zone. And this was something that the Planning Commission focused on. And I've provided the definition here on the slide of what that is. It's basically for government facilities, schools, hospitals. This is the description, it's in our general plan. And you can see on the map, the PI zone is the areas that are light blue. So it's, it's a small percentage of the land within the city, but it's really important what occurs there. The general plan had proposed to place a limit of 0.75 FAR for all PI zones with the exception of City Hall and annex properties. Currently, there is no cap in the general plan for the PI zone. There is a cap currently in the zoning code of 1.25 for City Hall and then the police annex. So that's why we propose to keep the 1.25 at the City Hall and the annex, but to insert the new 0.75 at the remaining PI zones. So that's what was included in
And we
the,
have to put a FAR on those now, right?
we do.
We can't leave it open-ended like it was.
That's correct, and that's why with this update, we are inserting a FAR. The Planning Commission recommended capping the FAR at 0.5 for all PI properties other than city-owned properties, such as the fire station, police station, City Hall. And this recommendation was mainly due to concerns about building mass and compatibility and the need for that high of a floor area ratio. And for a reminder, the floor area ratio, it's a percentage, it indicates or it dictates what you're allowed to build based on the size of the lot. So if you had a 1 as your FAR and you had a 10,000 square foot lot, you could build a 10,000 square foot building. If it was a 1.5, it would be a 15,000 square foot building on that lot. So that's how it works for those who don't know.
So just to clarify, a 0.5 FAR means that a 10,000 square foot lot, you could only build one story on 5,000 square feet. So you'd have a bunch of the lot completely empty, right?
It would mean it'd be half the lot size, and it wouldn't necessarily limit it to one story, but it would limit the floor area of the building to half the lot size.
You could do 2 stories, but then they could each be only 2,500 square feet, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sean to give the overview of the zoning ordinance, and it's a brief overview, and then we'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much, Mark. Mayor, City Council members, Sean Scully, the planning manager. So as Mark indicated, I'll be going into the zoning ordinance amendments that will serve to implement the general plan update. And this slide here wanted to start to break down these zoning ordinance amendments into categories. And the first category is all the zoning ordinance amendments that are required to implement the housing element. And those are the zoning ordinance, the zoning map changes for the housing sites, as well as all the zoning ordinance amendments in the municipal code to implement the housing element programs. The second category are additional residential changes to the zoning ordinance and to the zoning map, but they're not required by the housing element. And they are mentioned in the housing element, some of these changes, but they weren't actually required as part of the housing element. And they serve in most cases to reduce the density for the residential designations. And those are in some of the mixed use areas, and I'll go through some of these conversions of small commercial lots from residential to commercial. And then there are a couple of blocks along PCH, Central PCH, where we're converting residential to commercial. And then finally, the other category, these are not residential and they're not related to the housing element. And they're generally economic revitalization changes. So for example, the increase in FAR in the ACAP area and the industrial district, North Tech. There's also some creative office in the industrial flex overlay over by the South Bay Marketplace. And then there's the PCH North. There's the proposal to intensify the FAR in the large shopping centers on North PCH. And then finally, there's not related to economic revitalization, but the identification of the public institutional amendments to the FAR. So the first category, housing element implementation. Mark already had this slide up, but just highlighting the kind of the nuts and bolts of all the zoning ordinance amendments that are in your packet. They accompany all the multiple exhibits to the Planning Commission's recommendation and Planning Commission's resolution. And these are all the housing programs, and these four in particular really drive a lot of the amendments to the zoning ordinance. Program 8, for the housing sites and zoning map changes, and then particularly the development standards that go with those housing sites. Program 9, it's a additional requirement where if a project on one of our housing sites incorporates at least 20% affordable, it's then a by right approval, meaning not a discretionary entitlement, handled administratively. Program 10 is for a replacement housing requirement. So there'll be circumstances where non-vacant property is redeveloped. If there happens to be housing on that site, it has to be replaced. And then program 13, amendments to the zoning ordinance, and I have a slide. I don't have slides on the other programs, but program 13, and you'll see it in this next slide, really is the bulk of a lot of the zoning ordinance changes. This update to the state density bonus laws, transitional and supportive housing, emergency shelters. A lot of these are Senate bills, Assembly bills that are requiring us to update the municipal code. Affordable housing, streamlined approval, single room occupancy housing, employee housing. There's provisions in the zoning ordinance for reasonable accommodation. We've updated our definition of family. And then I'm just highlighting a couple of these in the next couple of slides, but there's some changes to the parking requirements. There's also group home recognition and definitions. And then this last one, there's a conditional use permit requirement currently if you're going to develop a residential project of greater than 3 units. Now, that conditional use requirement won't kick in until you hit 15 units. So it's making more of these, trying to streamline the development and the review process of housing. So that would be administrative, 15 or fewer. So here's the housing element zoning map changes. And these are sites, these are our residential overlay sites. There's the North Tech up in the upper right-hand corner. That's one of the affordable housing overlay sites. Then the Kingsdale site next to the Galleria. Then the South Bay Marketplace sites and the South Transit Center site. And then the sites along 190th Street. And these are the sites that have the capacity to accommodate our RENA allocation. And then the residential overlay site down in South Redondo, it's right next door to the Legato property. It's the FedEx site. So
can I make a comment there?
Yeah.
I've been on GPAC. So one of the things that we wrestled with, and we only had one night to do this, if you remember, Nick, to reply to the RENA and the new housing element requirements. They laid new requirements on in this cycle that weren't there last time, like the site had to be a certain size, a minimum size. It had to be reasonably ready to develop. And we actually had to go out to the property owners and contact them and said, would you be willing to consider converting to housing? And that's something that was radically different from the way they did it before. And it eliminated a bunch of sites we were looking at to put some of this RENA, to spread it more evenly. But a lot of the stuff on PCH, for example, the lots were just too small to meet the HCD requirements. And so even if we would have rezoned them, it wouldn't have counted for our RENA. So it was very frustrating to work through that process because we felt our hands were tied.
Yeah, and if I may, just to expand a little bit on that, some of the other drivers were the locations of the transit centers. We've got the existing transit center up by North Tech on Marine, and then the city's transit center down by the South Bay Marketplace, and of course, north of the transit center. And then with the eventual Green Line extension, hopefully on Hawthorne Boulevard, in that proximity as well. So that also drove some of the determinations by council when the development, when the housing element sites were identified. And then, so the zoning ordinance amendments, and if you remember, Program 13 had a ton, and they're all included in your exhibits to the Planning Commission resolution. So I'm just going to pick a couple of them here. This one in particular, this is the Affordable Housing Overlay Zoning Development Standards. And it has a couple of pages of detailed requirements for the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone designation. And this will sit on top of the North Tech, South of Transit Center, Marketplace site, Kingsdale, 190th Street, and the FedEx site. It's established a minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre and a maximum of 55 dwelling units per acre. It allows clustering of developments to incentivize housing, but also allow those underlying uses to be maintained. It does also allow, if these sites were to remove, demolish all the existing development, it could be 100% residential. If it is mixed use, at least 50% of it has to be floor area dedicated to residential. And then for any of these sites, if the projects include more than 20% affordable, then they're processed administratively. And each site in the zoning ordinance, it's broken down to how many units, the unit maximum. It also has particular breakdowns for height and stories that are allowed at each one of these sites. So it gets very detailed on how those sites are developed. Another one here, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, there's adjustments to the parking requirements. Our current standards for parking are 2 spaces per residential unit. There are, what we did here, and HCD was, in consultation with them, was pushing a little bit for this, and it and many other jurisdictions have it where it's based on a bedroom count versus a unit count. So the proposed new standard would be 1 space for a studio or 0 bedroom, which I think is a studio too, unit. And then 1.5 spaces for each 1 bedroom unit, and then 2 spaces for 2 or more bedrooms. It also, we're updating the emergency shelter parking requirement. It's currently 1 per 250, and then it's going to 1 parking space per employee on site during the largest shift. Here's just a couple more. There's numerous new definitions that are all triggered by these state laws. Again, most of these are attributed to Program 13. Updating our density bonus laws to be consistent with the state. There's a new section on replacement housing, and then there's a new section on reasonable accommodation requirements. So those are all additions driven by state law requirements. So then this next category, just moving into zoning map amendments for residential, but they're not required by the housing element. So these are other residential changes not in the housing element. And this is just a summary list. We also have slides if we want to look at them that details all these locations. But there's the added industrial flex overlay. One of the things it does related to residential is it prohibits residential in the CR zone unless it's in one of the affordable housing sites. So that's why it's under the residential category. The others are reducing density in the CR zone, just like in the mixed-use zones, where in many of them, we're going from 35 dwelling units to 30 dwelling units. Also on Artesia, there's the western portion of Artesia has existing mixed-use 1 designation on the north and south side from about Green Lane going west. And now those are being replaced by C2, and the only remaining mixed use will be the existing development on Green Lane, the Montecito there. The next one are all those changes to the mixed use zone where we're going from 35 dwelling units per acre to 30. The only place we're keeping the mixed use at 30 is near Torrance Boulevard. And this has to do with the analysis we went through for SB 330 no net loss requirements. So those changes are down zonings, if you will, residential but not required by the housing element. And then there's also a number of small lots scattered along Pacific Coast Highway that are going from residential to commercial. They're largely already commercial, and now the zone is just being changed to reflect the use. And then the last category, these are zoning map amendments and zoning changes, zoning development standard changes for other not residential. So these are largely to economic revitalization and other changes. And this is just a summary list, but we also have exhibits that detail where these are. The increased FAR, Artesia, and aviation corridors from 0.6 to 1.5. The increased FAR up in the industrial zones on the north end of the city. They're going from 0.7 to 1.0. And then commercial intensity increases at the existing large shopping centers on North PCH. Then a reduced FAR in a couple of one of the P zones, and then down by in the coastal CC4 area. That's a small reduction in the FAR there. And then also a small reduction in FAR on the Riviera Village parking lot from 1.0 to 0.75. And then there's also some provisions for non-conforming commercial uses in residential zones. Again, these are all detailed in the zoning ordinance exhibits included with your package. So with that concludes staff presentation, and the recommendation is to take testimony, provide policy direction to staff, and continue this public hearing to the October 15th, 2024.
If I could, Mayor, before you begin to deliberate on this, a couple of comments. First, a big thank you to Mark and Sean for all of their incredibly hard work in getting us to this point, Place Work and others, and certainly our General Plan Advisory Committee. It's not lost on us that we have an old logo here. This planned Redondo Beach logo we've been using for 8 years. It's tired, and we're certainly looking forward to updating that and concluding this effort. It's been quite a monumental task getting us to this point. One thing to just to state on top of your conversation tonight is really an informational only type night. We're not asking for action. In fact, we can't take action tonight because, as Mark mentioned, the general plan is still out for circulation. We'll be finalizing public comment and bringing back that document to you for consideration on the 15th. We're scheduled to have 3 hearings currently in the month of October on this subject, and likely another discussion in early November at minimum. So there is time as we get closer to your final deliberations. We'll begin to explain what our recommendations will be. Tonight is an informational session, as I mentioned, an opportunity for the public to provide comment and for you all to perhaps inquire on certain elements of this that might require us to come back with additional information at a later date. So again, big thank you to the team here getting us to this point. Really, Mark and Sean, Herculean effort. So thank you both.
Okay, I want to comment. I mean, first off, thanks to the GPAC who put in years of effort into this. I think, Sean, you were the longest staff member working with us on that. So I want to thank the GPAC. Having read through, what was in the packet tonight, I'm very impressed at what the Planning Commission deliberations came up with. It's obvious they took this seriously and put a lot of effort into it. So appreciate that. With that, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Question for you on PCH. So what did council say to put PCH at as far as the FAR? That was 1.0, and then Planning Commission said to put it at a 0.5?
For the C4 zone, 1.0.
Is it currently at 0.5 like Artesia Boulevard was?
It's currently at 0.5. Where we're proposing the C4 zone is currently C2, and that has a 0.5. So this is a zone change in those two large shopping centers to the north from C2 to C4. And then with that change, it goes from a 0.5 to a 1.0 FAR.
Okay. And I'd just be curious to hear from Councilmembers Nierenheim and Lowenstein what you all thought about that, because it seems like we recognized for years now that the 0.5 FAR on Artesia Boulevard was suffocating, not allowing redevelopment to occur. There's no incentive for anybody to demolish what's there and reconstruct when they can build to just the same floor area. And it seems like we've also seen through our various looks at properties on PCH, including ones in the potential litigation, that there are just some old structures on PCH. So I definitely don't want to dictate how development occurs in South Redondo, but I think we'd be trying to cause economic improvement and change would require us to, I'd hope, get to 1.0 at least on a PCH there. One other issue that came up in discussions about a project that we had on Catalina, I think it's the 100 North or 100 South block Catalina, was that there was where Catalina Coffee was, there's some legal non-conforming uses of commercial, but technically commercial is not zoned there. And if those properties were to burn down or be demolished in an earthquake or such, one would not be able to reconstruct commercial there and neighborhood commercial serving business. And so what I wonder is, do we have in the general plan the ability to put in these general plan discussions going forward, the ability to either analyze the the environmental impact from, or just add a commercial overlay where there's, for mixed use, for example, where there is existing commercial on Catalina, for example?
Yes, I can address that question. There is a policy in the general plan that directs the city to amend the code to allow for to retain those commercial uses, to allow them to be rebuilt, even if they're non-conforming within the residential district. And in fact, the zoning ordinance includes that amendment that provides that allowance. So that's in the packet that's before you tonight.
Okay, so let's say right now there's no commercial business at Catalina Coffee. Let's say that gets demolished. Would somebody be able to put up a store in the ground floor of a residential complex there?
Currently, no. But with
the general plan amendment, yes?
With the general plan and zoning ordinance, yes.
Okay, and that's captured in what? That there was previously a commercial use there?
That's correct.
Okay, cool, thank you.
And it's identified, there's a section of our code that addresses non-conforming uses, and that's where the code amendments were made that allow for that, for the reestablishment of the commercial use.
And the GPAC was specifically concerned about Catalina Coffee, and there's others examples of small grocery stores that are embedded in neighborhoods that make them walkable, but nobody wanted to reinvest because they're non-conforming uses. So I'm glad to see that in there, that's remained. Anything else, Councilmember Obaji?
That's it, thank you.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Couple things. So going to the PCH and FAR plan, I do think it's very wise to think about that, because we've had discussions, specifically Artesia, where when we increase the FAR, we should be putting it in a bucket, creating a plan, and so that if a landowner wants to develop that and take it out of that bucket, we have the ability for them to pay into that bucket and develop as we need to, whether it's public street improvements, parking improvements, parking garage, parking, land use improvements, sidewalk improvements. We talked about that on one of our consultants. So I think that's the direction that they're wanting to go down. They don't want to just hand out a planning gimme without us entitlements, without not even entitlements, zoning, before we have that really structurally thought out. I think that's very smart.
Yeah, it's an intriguing idea and concept. My understanding, and correct me, Mark and Sean, if I'm wrong, I think it would require that type of construct would require some additional environmental review before we would be able to actually implement such an action, and would need to be studied with some of those parameters in mind, probably some level of supplemental analysis. So Sean, Mark, tell me if I'm wrong on that thinking.
Well, I can address that. So the EIR, the build out methodology in the EIR anticipates the 1.0 FAR floor area ratio for PCH. So this would be, by the Planning Commission's recommendation, it'd be downzoning it to an extent, and it'd be covered by the EIR. What the Planning Commission would like to see is that there's direction in the general plan and the implementation measures to develop a plan for PCH. And they would prefer that we wait until that plan is developed, similar to what we did for ACAP, and the design standards are articulated before we make a decision about the floor area ratio.
And so would that plan, Mark, require its own targeted review or analysis?
Well, if we keep it at the 1 point, say that we decide to go back up to the 1.0 FAR, then we're covered by the EIR. The EIR anticipates that, and that's the max scenario. We can go down, or we can go back up to it. If we ultimately decide to go beyond that, then we would have to update the EIR.
And would we, in a scenario where we're lowering it across the board, but we're then allowing for opportunity for additional credit, if you will, or additional FAR on particular sites that meet certain criteria, would that kind of program require its own review? Because I think that's the concept I think we're
Going
hearing.
from 0.5 to 1, not 1 to 1.5 or 1.
Yeah,
That's not.
That's correct. That would be covered with the EIR. Depending on if we develop new standards for the district, that could potentially be subject to needing additional environmental review. It just depends on what those would be. If it's design guidelines, aesthetic standards, maybe that would be less likely. If we're allowing for a larger building envelope or other uses there, then yes, that could require additional review.
So just to be perfectly clear then, we could approve the EIR at a 1.0, but only implement a 0.5 and then come back with a further study as needed to allow the extra 0.5 into a development bucket that we could create at a later time.
That's correct.
Okay.
But I wouldn't want to limit us on that discussion to just 1.0. We might want to go to a 1.6 like we did to Artesia and reduce some of the parking.
I think you need to be careful on that. I mean, you could look at the Legato project. It's 1.5, I believe.
Yeah, but this is commercial, not.
Right, and MU3A is set at 0.75 for commercial, but if you do mixed use, you get the bonus to 1.5. So it's 0.75 times 2.
Yeah, I'm talking about the little strip malls that we have that are vacant and run down.
Yeah, you have parking issues now as well. So if you develop it bigger, now you have parking issues in the neighborhood on PCH. I mean,
Well, I don't want to debate it now. It's just to look at it like we did Artesia and see what's the best fix, because we do, it is.
I'm not talking about Artesia, we're talking about PCH.
Yeah, I'm talking about PCH.
Yeah.
There are vacant and rundown structures, and we had to look at what it would take to incent investment. But I don't want to debate it here. I just think we shouldn't answer what the end state is at this point.
Yeah, so historical preservation, I mean, sorry, Councilmember, do you
Just a
have?
follow-on question.
Yeah.
So is the general plan essentially the outer limit? So it's going to set the 1.0, but we're not actually entitling the PCH properties to get a 1.0 FAR until we pass an ordinance saying, hey, the zoning in this area is you got a maximum of 1.0, or will the general plan actually set the FAR? And
So we can do it a couple ways.
Let me just add one more thing. Larry Cosmos spoke about this at ICA and even in one-on-ones. I forget the exact jargon for it, but Hermosa has pursued it, a development reserve or something like that, where basically you have a 0.5, you can get up to a 1.0, but you got to pay certain fees to the city, and now you've earned your entitlements to build up to a 1.0. So the question is, under this general plan, how do we capture that idea?
So we can do it a few ways. So the EIR covers up to the 1.0, so we're covered there for any future action. We can leave it as 1.0 in the general plan and then establish a lower zoning standard, or we can reduce it in the general plan now and zoning and then go back and amend both later. I would propose the latter, where we keep it in the general plan as is and just zone to a lower standard until we have time, the ability to develop that plan and understand the implications.
Okay, thank you.
So everything I've read, though, says that your general plan should be in alignment with your zoning ordinances. And that's an open, somebody can claim that they have a right to build 1.0 if either one of them has a 1.0 FAR in it. So we should strive to make the two match coming out so that we're resilient from a lawsuit perspective.
That case could be made. That's a good point.
And I think there's another distinction here too. There's the environmental document that sets the broad framework, I think, to get to some of the points that were made. What we choose to implement as it pertains to the general plan and our various ordinances, land use, et cetera, that could be something different. And in many cases, our recommendation might be something different on those particular items for the time being, as we see some of these items requiring additional study or review going forward. So that there'll be an environmental
I
document,
think
and then
that's
there'll
an
be.
important distinction. The environmental has to cover the scope of anything we do.
Right.
But everything I've read and everything I've seen through the years of following this stuff says your general plan and your zoning
be
ordinance should
aligned.
be in alignment.
And that's what we're largely here to try to do, right, is to get consistency between those two documents.
Yeah, that's correct. And that was stated in the presentation. It needs to be internally consistent and
Yes.
consistent with other plans. Is there a little flexibility for a difference potentially? But if, either way, I don't see it as being an issue if we were to go back and just change the general plan and the zoning if we wanted to go up with that. In either case, we'd be bringing an amendment before the city council, so it's not a problem.
Okay.
But that's helpful. That line of questioning is helpful for us, because if there are specific ideas or concepts you'd like us to be thinking about, it's what we would love to hear is what those might be conceptually. And then it gives us a chance to go back, look at whether or not we've got environmental clearance with the current document, and or whether or not supplemental review would be recommended before we take the implementing actions. So that kind of a concept
I'll tell you that kind of concept I'm deeply interested in, very much so, because it creating these buckets that we can, for future councils and landowners and developers to come in and take a hold of, and we now all share in, zoning is the process of giving out rights, and giving out those rights and with that zoning is a significant amount of money, is value is there. I mean, the state coming through and now giving zoning for single family homes to go from R1 to essentially R2, that's the huge wealth transfer, massive wealth transfer. So what we're doing is the same thing, going from 0.5 to 1.0. We're going to have impacts, and we need to be able to foreshadow or foresee that and mitigate that. So I'm very much interested in that and doing development buckets for that. Next thing, historical preservation. I know the Planning Commission talked about historical preservation. Can you expand on that a little bit more?
just that we have the survey, I guess. Yeah. As far as the actual goals and policies that are with respect to that, it'd be better to pull that up. But essentially, we've got our current historic resources surveys are very, very old. The metrics to identify historic resources have really changed from the older techniques where you actually would give a grade to those resources. So the policies are aimed primarily at updating that and then creating, and I should pull them up, but it's about preserving the historic resources that we do have, but initially identifying those in current standards. So
I can address that question more specifically. So there's several policies in the land use element that address historic preservation, different facets of it. Policy LU 7.1 states to encourage the voluntary designation of potentially historic resources and landmarks or historic districts. The Planning Commission recommendation was to add to that policy statement, to add the sentence of also strengthen the city's objective identification of potentially historic buildings, resources, landmarks, or historic districts in residential, commercial, public, institutional, and industrial zones. So the intent of the policy that starts off by saying encourage the voluntary designation remains, but the Planning Commission was recommending that we add to that policy and look for a better way of categorizing and making an objective review process for the designation.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, especially in my district, especially in the 200 block of the avenues and other parts where we have so many historic homes. We're losing a lot of those homes and people.
If I may, Councilmember Narenheim, there's an IMLU 66 that's in Exhibit B, page 5 to the general plan update links and PC modifications. Develop the city processes and ordinances required to protect and preserve building resources, landmarks, and historic districts that have been designated as historic, which I think was intended. If I got it correct from watching the meeting, that's meant to be beyond just the voluntary. That's saying, no, we may designate some stuff that's historic and has to be preserved. Examples include like the mosaic that's on the bank building at the corner of PCH and Torrance Boulevard.
Yeah, I think it's very important. I mean, that mural in of itself is very valuable. Okay, I think that is historic for PCH.
On the historic one, if I can address that. So the Planning Commission had that recommendation for the policy, but then I just identified, consistent with what you had stated, Mayor, that they also added to the implementation measure. I would say if it's the city council's intent to develop an ordinance that makes it mandatory, that should really be more in the policy statement and not as the implementation. Because right now the implementation goes beyond, in my view, what's stated in that policy.
Wasn't that something we did at strategic planning as well? I haven't seen the results from that yet, but I'm pretty sure I brought that up.
Yeah, there's an objective that will be created associated with that. You might recall we also appropriate some funding in the budget for a historic resources study, which is, I think, very critical in all of that.
And there is a policy, a separate policy that speaks to updating or doing a survey, updating the inventory or register.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Albaji.
Sorry, quickly. I realize there's a bunch of people waiting, but this is I found this on my computer and it's available online on the Cal Cities website. This is Cosmot's presentation to Cal Cities. And what he says is cities spent decades, if you light up 2B, please. Cities spend decades building local economies on brick and mortar retail and sales tax revenue. It's all right. Leadership team needs to consider new sources of currency to reposition their communities for a sustainable and resilient future. And he's saying entitlements are currency. And what he's saying is that you essentially come up with a value capture district. So for example, let's say there's a property on Artesia Boulevard, it's worth $2 million right now with a 0.6 FAR. If we just change the FAR to 1.5 FAR, more than doubling what they can build on it, we've increased the value of that property, right? But the owner has totally received that entitlement for free. And what Larry is saying is, hey, no, the city retained that, the difference between 0.6 to 1.5. And let's say you say to the owner, hey, pay us $200,000, and now you get all that value. It's still less than the total value they're getting. And so they have a reason to pay it to the city, but it's also a source of revenue for the city in administering these entitlements. So is that understood, Mike? I would favor that
Yeah,
for
no,
both
I'm familiar with,
Artesia and PCH.
PCH, and I think what we'll do is we'll verify sort of what the process would be for us to formally consider that down the road here when we look at implementation, not just the other elements of the general plan.
Given the housing mandates, can we apply that to housing, or is that just commercial?
No, we're gonna, I
Okay.
think that we're
That's
gonna be
what-
a little more constrained on. This is more of the commercial district.
Got it.
So
And that does not have to be part of the general plan. That could be a separate policy discussion.
it can be, and ideally
All
what
right.
we would do is flag these issues, whatever they might be, for additional study. You know, I've mentioned a few of you, and it's come up on this venue. What about rooftop dining on Artesia? Is that currently studied in our environmental review? I don't believe it is. So there are things that we're going to have to identify specifically and then ultimately lay out for you what those next steps are for formal consideration.
All right, on things aside from housing, do we have a deadline to get this done by?
No.
Okay, cool, we're good.
Okay, any other members of the council?
Not right now.
Okay, we'll open up to public testimony. We're going to go with cards first, and first is
Point of
Nancy Nelson.
information, clarification of the rules. Since this is advertised as a continued for the next 2 weeks, if somebody speaks tonight, will they be
Yeah, she
allowed
can
to
speak
speak
at each meeting.
at meeting? Thank you.
Nancy Nelson, and then Tom Backley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff. Dency Nelson, 40-year homeowner in Hermosa Beach and a grateful recipient of Beach City's Health District services. It's inexplicable to me why a public service institution like the Beach City's Health District property on Prospect has been singled out, from what I see, from other public institutions in the city of Redondo Beach, in this, what's come to you from first GPAC and then the Planning Commission. I, for one, value the services provided by Beach City's Health District as valuable for the well-being of the community, as our schools, the Civic Center, and quite frankly, even the fire department, the police department, all for the well-being of the city and the citizens of Redondo Beach and the beach cities and all of our surrounding community. When I said inexplicable, I'll have to qualify that. I think that a very good friend of mine that I've had for over 30 years, who once sat up there on the city council, who's actually campaigned for assembly in 1998, I actually worked with him, and we've been on the same page with everything in this community for all of those years, including defeating the very huge, monstrous commercial development that was CentraCal. But his thumb has been on the scale against the development of beach cities, and I'm not quite sure why, because it's apples and oranges. The commercial development that was CentraCal, and then compared to what beach cities is and what's offered to the community. Let's just remember during COVID, the services provided there, the testing, the vaccines, just the awareness of everything during that terrible pandemic. That was beach cities that was there for us. The Intergenerational Center for Health and Fitness, social workers for disabled and older adults. More recently, Alcove Beach Cities. It's dealing with the very real crisis of youth, mental illness, suicide, and drug addiction. It provides a center and help that the schools can't do. And all three school districts are in support of what's happening at Alcove, and frankly, are supporting Measure BC, which will help Alcove and everything else there on that property continue. So I really do think we have to re-examine why this particular property has been singled out. And the time I have remaining, I'll say, I know what it is that the other thing that's going on, a lot of residents close by have been complaining. They've been really fired up, worried about the construction and about the impact, perhaps additional traffic. I experienced this in Hermosa Beach when we were tearing down our North School and everyone around there was against it. Well, guess what? It's turned out to be a beautiful, valuable star for the city of Hermosa Beach, environmentally efficient and something that benefits the entire community. Redondo Beach, you have the opportunity to have that if you allow beach cities to be everything it can be, to serve all of us for the well-being of all of the South Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom Backley and then Vanessa Poster.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tom Backley, Beach Cities Health District. Years ago, my staff was updating my filing system and they decided to have a little fun with that and started to rename some of my files. So for example, I had a file about swaps, which are a financial derivative. They changed that to wife swapping. Then I had a file on the general plan and they changed that to the not so general plan. What you have in front of you is a not so general plan as it relates to floor area ratios for institutional use. It's not consistent. It's currently consistent in that there is no cap. What this general plan is proposing is not consistent. So when you have a not so general plan, a couple of things happen. There are legal issues. So I just want to get this one out of the way. You have a letter from our lawyer. If a EIR comes to you for certification that has non-uniform levels for institutional uses, that will be something that I strongly recommend we challenge. So that's something that I just want to get out of the way. As it relates to policy issues, why would we do this? We provide public service, you provide public service, many of those are the same. Why would we have different sort of categories for each? I think at the Planning Commission, there's maybe confusion around public-private partnerships versus private development. The key difference with a public-private partnership is that the elected officials are ultimately making the decision. So if you have a property that meets your health needs, that addresses impacts and receives fair market value, why wouldn't you look to maximize investment in the community through public-private partnership? 40% of our revenues come from leases and partnerships at the health district. So you're having this discussion about trade-offs of FAR changes. This is a little counterintuitive, but when you lower the FAR on institutional use, you are causing an impact because we are not going to be able to provide those health services. That's something that was not studied in the EIR, not studied at the Planning Commission. So in closing, I would urge you to not plan from a place of fear about a project that hasn't even been proposed yet to you. And so we urge you not to do that. We urge you to take more time, adopt a uniform floor area ratio for institutional use of 1.25. What's good for one should be good for all. And let's keep the general plan general. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Poster, then Jeff Gilbert.
I'd like you to not use my time to lower the podium. Thank you, Dancy. Okay, now I'm ready. My name is Vanessa Poster, and I am an elected member of the Beach Cities Health District Board. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members, for listening to my public comments opposing the 0.5 FAR and requesting a uniform FAR for all institutional uses. BCHD's collaboration with Redondo, Manhattan, and Hermosa cities and schools has brought us blue zones, reduced childhood obesity, and improved workplace wellness. But in the last few years, it feels like this city no longer respects the value BCHD brings to the children, teenagers, families, and older adults who live here. We, all of us as elected officials, answer to and serve the same exact people. We do not have competing interests. We have the same interests. Reducing the FAR and targeting BCHD with a 0.5 is an insult to us, and even more importantly, to the Redondo Beach voters. And it is an existential roadblock to continuing the cherished health and wellness services that BCHD provides. In the last Redondo City election, 14,024 Redondo residents voted. Mayor Brand and City Clerk Manzano, who ran citywide, received 9,305 and 8,950 votes, respectively. Councilmember Lowenstein, with 2,067 votes, received the most votes for any individual council member. In our last election, BCHD board members Jane Deal, Martha Koo, and I each received more than 17,000 votes, more people than even voted in the municipal election. And for this November's election, Jane, Martha, and I are running unopposed. This is a mandate from the electorate supporting who we are and what BCHD does for this community. A 0.5 FAR strangles BCHD's ability to meet changing health needs. Your planning commission has demonstrated their inexplicable, thank you, Dancy, abhorrence for BCHD. So much so that your own lawyers had to remind them during a public meeting and on the record to stop targeting BCHD in their remarks. Collaborations such as the Silverado CUP, the Partnership for Drug-Free Youth, Alcove, Workplace Wellness, School Gardens, and Bike Paths happen when we, as elected officials, work together. The CUP process already safeguards the city with a voice in design. The current general plan already contains the wisdom and uniform standards of a supportive, healthy partnership between BCHD and the city. Please let go of the special interests and get back to collaborating and serving our common constituents. Remove the unfair 0.5 FAR and replace it with a uniform FAR for all institutional uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis McLean and then Jane Deal.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I am Dennis McLean. I'm one of 3,600 members of the Center for Health and Fitness of Beach City's Health District, who regularly attends fitness classes, works out at the gym, and has even obtained training. I appreciate the work that staff has done. I really appreciate what you do. I spent nearly 20 years participating in meetings like this for a neighboring city as a director. I want you to know that I think I have a unique view of what's happening here. I understand the need for updating the general plan. I understand the need for establishing FARs. I also understand what arbitrary, discriminating zoning is. If the city is going to establish an FAR exception so that we can go forward with Measure FP, if it passes, and redo our fire station, our police station, using that 1.25 FAR, why wouldn't we do the same for Beach City's Health District so it could move forward with its plan for improving phase one, improving its facility? Measure FP is on the ballot. I support it. I'm going to vote for it. Why would the city establish a 1.25 FAR now when Beach City's Health District also has a ballot measure before the voters at the same November election? You can do something. You can direct staff to create the same exception, 1.25 FAR exception for Beach City's Health District, like what we want, I included, for our city police station and fire station so that we can move forward and rebuild those necessary public safety facilities. You can do that. Direct them, please.
Thank you. Jane Deal, and then I'm having trouble reading your handwriting, but I think it's Monica Suva.
Yeah. Evening once again, Mayor and Council. I'm here to present a little information for the City Council to start to understand why it's so important for BCHD BCHD to redevelop our 11 acres. 42% of BCHD's revenue that fund programs and services come from leases on BCHD's campus and public-private partnerships. Limiting BCHD's ability to utilize the campus to generate the revenue through leases for medical offices, memory care for the elderly, and other health-related services would decrease BCHD's budget ability to provide current programs and services. As you know, BCHD, the hospital, was formed in 1955 and served the community for nearly 4 decades as South Bay Hospital. The district was able to innovate after the hospital closed in 1990 and invest in long-term income-producing assets, and uses this income to provide mostly free services for preventive health in this community. The 514 North Prospect building has operated for over 60 years and is simply outdated, too costly, and is not seismically sound. Retrofitting would cost around $90 million. And I believe in your study on the police stations, you found the same problem. Just a remodel was not going to be cost effective. I believe the district exemplifies an excellent value to residents, taxpayers for their investments in health throughout in their property tax bill. We serve over 30,000 Redondo Beach residents. For every property tax dollar collected, residents pay less than a penny. If your home is an assessed value of $1 million, you pay $100 to the district annually, and you get a return of programs and services of 300%. Not to mention the community health benefits and savings that the healthcare costs reported by Gallup. Also, when you all read the e-comments that have been sent to you, you're going to find out what did people talk about. They talked about, they came to BCHD for help. What happened? They received help, just like you did when you came to us about the drone, just like you did under COVID, just like you have with your health at their senior center. So we are always better if we all cooperate and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Suva, and that's the last card I have. Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss you, Jeff? Why don't you come up now? Sorry about that. My apologies, I got ahead of myself.
Please don't take time away from me for raising this and trying to regain my composure from listening to the former speakers. How high does this go? Okay. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council members. I am here to support the Planning Commission's recommendations for the 0.5 limits as it applies to the development on public land. In particular, the BCHD has been aggressively against these limits for its Healthy Living Campus elder care facility. Let's get the gym out of the way, alcove out of the way. This is a commercial private development they're talking about. Living next door to the Beach Cities campus, I and all of my neighbors are most concerned about the health district's planned development at the expense and disregard of our
Please
health
speak to us,
and
sir.
well-being.
Jeff?
Excuse me, sorry.
Just to address the council.
Yep. This private commercial for-profit only development is nothing like the Beach Cities Hospital, which was approved by district voters and built for direct needs of the residents of Manhattan, Hermosa, and Redondo Beach. The Healthy Living Elder Care commercial development has not been approved by district voters, nor was it ever planned for the district needs of senior residents of the district as the hospital was. It is just a commercial development that, without voter approval, is going to be leased out by Beach Cities Health District as a commercial development and should be limited as such by the FAR as recommended by the Planning Commission and hopefully approved by the City Council. I live next door to this place, and we have been under stress for the last over 7 years about this. We've seen changes in the plans, changes in the ideas, but the main focus has been this elder care facility that was supposedly set up for the silver tsunami, but it really isn't. This is a very wonderful planned propaganda program by Beach Cities Health District to make it seem like this is for community well-being. This does not have to be built, and Beach Cities Health District will still be able to provide all the services it does now. People will have the gym, people will have alcove, people will have all the things that Beach Cities is claiming that they will lose, which is not true. This is a big rabbit hole. I haven't even opened it up yet, but if this goes to the voters and they hear all about what's been happening next door to my house, then the truth will come out. And a lot of people on the board will be most embarrassed. Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Mr. Gilbert, you said you live nearby in
I
Redondo,
live next door.
in Redondo Beach?
Yes, I do.
Okay, just
I
wanted
am
to.
not a Torrance resident.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I am. Torrance, by the way, refused the money to extend that walkway from Diamond Street to Flagler. That was totally at the expense of Beach Cities Health District. That upset that neighborhood so much that the city of Torrance refused essentially more than $9 million of free money for that lane. Instead, Beach Cities took the entire $18 million to construct only half of that. Most of that money, I think.
I just wanted to clarify where you were
I'm
living.
telling, most of that went to
Sir,
the
your time's
development
up
of
and
their own
you answered her
property.
question.
Thank you.
Okay, Monica Suva, sorry.
Good evening, Monica Suva, Chief Finance Officer at Beach Cities Health District. And good evening to the mayor and the council members. I suppose I should address what was just said. A P3, the district has done these in the past, and Sunrise at the Hermosa Beach is a good example. And we invested about 10 years ago, about $10 million or so, and it produces about 2 million, close to 2 million annually with no other income expenses from the district. So that goes back directly to the community. So this is the P3 public-private partnership that benefits the community with services. The other point I want to address is about the cost of that building. We have lost in the past 5 years or so over $1 million, and we can't replace it. The cost of that building is so expensive. $700,000 in expenses have gone up as well in the five or so years. It's just too expensive. It has so much infrastructure, and like Jane said, we did the research in 2018. We costed it out to be over $90 million for the seismic upgrade. So, but I was here, I wanted to give some other perspectives of the financials and why this limit is so important for the district and detrimental to have this. So to the district and the community. So the district has a $15 million budget. 32% or so of that is from property taxes. The rest comes from other sources. So 32% or so, about $5 million or so. The rest, 10 million, comes from other sources, and they're dependent on this. And so 42% was about 7 million or so is from the partnership, included the Sunrise, but the rest is leases from property. And so that goes directly to support the services that we provide for $15 million. And so if we don't support that, it will also affect health and fitness and the grants and so on, because they perform their duties in the building, right? And so the other 26%, 3 million, comes from that. It's like user fees from health and fitness. So I wanted to tell you that if we are unable to replace this funding of the old hospital, we will have to continue cut. We already cut about $2 million. We made adjustments in the last 2 years. We cut nonprofit donations for about $150,000. We cut to the city for $150,000 for homeless services, cancer support, Meals for Wheels. That's all have had to go. We just have to keep doing this if we can't replace this. We looked at this since 2018, and we showed you a graph that the money is disappearing because that building
time
is
is
so
up.
expensive.
Thank you. Okay, that's my last card, so any member of the public wish to address the council, you just can walk up.
I am Marie Peterbaugh. You guys know who I am. And I do want to thank you. I know I send you guys a lot of emails at 5 a.m. And I don't know how you guys do this. I really don't. I just want to say there's sort of this like tone of like, oh my God, like we don't want to cut Beach City's services. Like, why do you think we're targeting them? And the reason is because there's an email from Stop BCHD, comment one last chance. And then, oh, we're not targeting the FAR. Hit reply to all to this email or send an email to yes. I'm not making this up. The email is yes2far50@gmail.com. And I mean, like, I don't understand. Like, I don't get paid by Beach City's Health District. I don't want to be here. I wanted to watch the debate tonight. I don't want to email you. I don't want to do any of this. I never knew you guys existed. And I want to go back to that because it's exhausting to fight for like, I mean, I had a neighbor and she had dementia and she had to go to like one of those awful rehabs. And I called everybody to try to help her. And Carrie Ann was the only one that really told me, okay, do this, do this, do this. And I got her out of that rehab. The case manager helped me. I had another friend, his son was 5150. And he literally, this grown man was crying and Tom helped him. I had another friend, her kid was cutting, you know? I mean, you get a person, you don't have to call. If any of you have ever needed help, have you ever called 1-800? Thank you, your call is important to us. Press 1, press 3, press 5, we're sorry. This is great. I don't know why you guys aren't celebrating Beach City's Health District. And I get the feeling if Beach Cities went back and said, okay, 0.5 FAR, here you go, it would be 0.25. I mean, I think pre-2016 Beach City's Health District was like soliciting information. And they've literally been like, what do you want? What do you want? And no matter what they do, it's like Lucy with the football. It's like, sorry. And why not just say, Zane, I heard you say, and I like you now, Zane, like, I heard you say, we want, you know, fine, build out Artesia. I love what you're doing. I'm yes FP, I'm yes F. I would be working on FP if I wasn't here like, please don't take this away. And it's like mean. Like, it's not like, let's work together to figure it out. It's like the shills or working with the aliens. It's insane. And it's hard being a parent. It has been really, I know a lot of you are parents. And if you're not parents, don't you have older people? I had a 90-year-old mother-in-law who was at this Ritz-Carlton like assisted living. And when our last 6 months had promised you wouldn't have to go, we had to take her from Thousand Oaks, where she lived, to Irvine, because there was no room. We paid that place $1 million. And they're like, sorry, it's full. It was heartbreaking. So these guys are a solution. Come on. I mean, come on. Work with them. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Georgette Cantner. If a lot of these people are saying they're afraid it's a commercial development, they're going to make money. It's like that's an evil thing. We're a capitalistic society. If they build the RCE and it makes a profit, hallelujah, because you know what? They already provide a lot of free services. And the Center for Health and Fitness, which the membership is at about 3,500, a lot of those people get it for free because of their insurance, because of their commitment. If you take 10 classes every month, then you can go for free. And there's a lot of people my age that are there. That's the majority. And it's wonderful. I have been there almost 20 years. And I put a letter, hopefully they'll publish the letter. But anyway, it has helped me through all kinds of situations. It's a healthy environment. It is pretty flagrant that you guys tonight are talking about the FAR, about doubling the FAR on the C4 area. Aviation is going from 0.60 to 1.5. Legato is 1.5, which is a nightmare for me. Anyway, it's way overdeveloped. And then Beach Cities was at point, I guess, 0.75, and now you're lowering it. That astounds me. I didn't know it was that bad. So it just doesn't make sense, and it needs to be consistent, because have we not had enough lawsuits? Do we want a lawsuit? And what if they leave? What if the bond doesn't pass? What if anything? Or because of the FAR inconsistency, what if they leave? It's going to be filled with houses. I mean, it could be. That would be a worse nightmare. Isn't it better that, you know, they have the RCE, then it helps to finance the Center for Health and Fitness, and it helps Alcove, and it's a nice structural, beautiful environment. Construction, I'm sure they're going to speed up and do the construction as fast as possible. As far as construction on Paulina alone, there were 10 homes being constructed. People go, oh, dust, and it's harmful to the kids. Hey, we've got development like crazy, residential development, because houses are so expensive. So they've got to do it. Anyway, I'm sure that they would be expedient in the construction, and I think it would be a positive thing. But if nothing else, the FAR has to be consistent. Thank you.
There you go. Yep. Hopefully. Gregory Anderson, Redondo Beach. I'm going to try to get through this the best I can. My life changed 23 years ago because my wife was diagnosed with cancer and given 30 days to live. It was the Beach Cities Health District who funded the paramedics and the services that were needed for her to stay alive. She was able to stay alive for 2 years beyond that. They offer so much that we just don't know about. A lot of it's invisible. If the FAR is reduced, those services may go away. Yes, some people say the gym, some people say this, some people say that. But when somebody needs them, like my daughter did, after her mother died, counseling was there for her. If it's not there, what happens? So I hope from my research today, it looked like 1.0 was the average commercial FAR. I hope you can keep it to 1.0. I know some people want it higher. Apparently there's some that want it lower, but they need the space and the money, we get it back. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bob Hensler. First of all, I thought the charter was the constitution of the city, not the general plan.
Thank you.
Secondly, I really want to congratulate the charter review, the GPAC. We produced a 500-page document, and we're here talking about one line. That's all anybody has concern about is one line. I also appreciate the threat coming from the Beach Cities Health District. It comes from a place of fear because they would have to get their financial house in order. They are not being singled out. If you look at the Planning Commission agenda packet, there was a piece on there that was produced by, I think, Sean and his group, of what the existing FARs are in the public area. All 0.75 or less, far less in most of the cases. I think that this is not being singled out. This is being focused upon as what is it we want for this particular area. We're not talking about Alcove. Alcove is in a commercial area and won't have anything to do with the FAR. The fact that it has a financial issue that's associated with it, what Mark Nelson raised before, is another whole issue that BCHD has to deal with. They have a structural deficit, substantial structural deficit. They've also discovered that they can run the place out of an office. They don't need big properties. They need to look at themselves and see how they can readjust to the way that things are today. There is no singling out of this particular property. If you watch the Planning Commission meeting, there's a reason why Gail brought up the 0.50. And I suggest that you listen to her presentation about why she brought this up. Because it's not only about the Beach Cities Health District. It's about other public properties that could be abused. Many of the people on the council got elected by telling the voters that they were going to be dealing with less bulk, less density in the city. That's what you should be looking upon on this particular property and on all of the properties that you have control over. We did on the GPAC. We spent a lot of time, and Jim can talk about it, other people who are here from, this was compromise city. And this was a document that I believe should be approved as it was presented to the Planning Commission. Whether it's 0.5 or 0.75, that is of little issue to me. I think that you need to look at the city as a whole.
Time's up, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bureau.
Yes. Nick Bureau, District 5. Nothing like following a former GPAC member to say thanks to everybody that was on GPAC and all the 6+ years, and again, to speak on just one line. And we're here to talk about one line. I don't think this is the time or place to talk about the financial structures of Beach Cities Health District. This is about the general plan and being general. And you're not evaluating a project, there's not a project before you. And the consistency throughout public zoning should be 1.25. I urge you to encourage staff to study 1.25 for consistency purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Craig.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig. I'm actually on the Planning Commission, but I'm going to speak as myself because I think the commission itself, watch the video and you'll see what's really going on there. We had 2 hearings that were quite substantial on this one. One was on, I think on 8/15. And just so you guys know, since you are all on the council, I know you got a lot of packet of things to read. That meeting alone, the main packet we had was 599 pages long, with the blue folder chunk of another 100 pages on top of it. The last meeting we had on the 19th, it was 463 pages long. And the attachments on that were 143 pages. So as Mr. Pinzer said a moment ago, out of all that, probably a couple sentences, maybe a partial paragraph is what we seem to be spending all this time on right now. Now, another point I wanted to make, which is something that was concerning because some of the comments made, I'm not going to go through all of them because there was a lot of incorrect things that were mentioned here tonight. And I think that, again, those people need to watch the Planning Commission meeting and see what was said. But in the city right now, there's about, I looked on the tax records, there's about 21,605 lots that are taxable. About 18,461 are classified as single-family residence. Apartments, about 2,223, and commercial, about 921. Now, I've heard mentioned that for some reason a PCI the allocation is wrong. Now, I'm the one that made the motion to increase it for the fire stations because I thought we were going to increase them. One of our fire stations right now is 0.5. The next one, the other one is 0.25. So we needed to make a change on that to accommodate the additional equipment that were in there. But in the city alone, other PCI lots, and I correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Scully, but isn't there about 30, between 20 and 30? So the FAR we're talking about is not impacting one, it's about 30 other properties. So to say that the Planning Commission was singling out something for some reason or other is really incorrect. We were looking to, and these lots are located in locations across the city that if they were overdeveloped, yeah, they would cause a big problem for the community. I mean, for example, Kensington, right now it's a 0.5. Can you imagine if that was a 1.25? It'd be 5 stories high. This is the kind of discussion we're having. So this includes a lot of other properties, not just one. And I think that the fact that we spend so much time on here is really not as important as looking at the full document. It's pretty substantial, it's very good work. You know, I got to tell you, I was a little surprised when it first came out. I didn't realize that the end result was going to be as good as it is. And the fact that we're focusing on one sentence or two is again, tantamount to how well it was done. So let's focus on the facts. And again, I encourage you to watch the commission meeting. You'll see what really happened. Thank you.
Before you sit down, can I ask you a question on a different subject? You know, when I watched the discussion on the preservation ordinance, it sounded like the commission wanted more teeth in it, that it not necessarily be voluntary. Am I reading that wrong?
I didn't hear everything.
The preservation ordinance, the recommendation with regard to preservation ordinance.
I'd have to look at my notes again on that. I can't tell you.
Okay, I don't want to pin
specific
you down.
offhand, yeah. I mean,
that's okay.
I think you might be right.
I don't
but
want you to
wanna
guess.
Double check. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Carrie Ann Lawson, Chief Programs Officer for the Beach Cities Health District, also currently serving as the Interim Clinical Director of Alcove Beach Cities. I've worked for the Health District for 22 years. I grew up here. I grew up coming to you in partnership, whether we were talking about CDBG grants or other types of programs we could do together. We have never had a structural deficit in our budget. So when we're coming to you saying we're looking for creative solutions to restructure our property, to fund the programs we all love and care about, we're telling you the truth. In the past 2 years, I have had to cut programs that were near and dear to my heart in partnership with you guys. The fire department grant, the domestic violence grant, that one hurt. What are the things we want to do together? What are the dreams and hopes we have for the future? How do we want to fund the future of health in this community for needs we may not even know about yet? Those are the things we want to be able to do together by using our most valuable asset, which is the land in Redondo Beach. I don't want to ruin the neighborhood. I don't want to add needless density and traffic and stress to residents. I want to find a way through public-private partnership to create a facility we can all be proud of that benefits across the lifespan, our youths, adults, and older adults, and is a crown jewel with an open space in it, so vital for the health of this community. These are the things we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on this item?
Evening, Mayor and Council. Ralph Stretzenberg, former Planning Commissioner of Redondo Beach. Lots of hyperbole tonight. Nothing existing is being taken away. Nothing is being singled out, but there's lots of hyperbole. As I look through the package tonight, the FAR analysis that was done, the 4 sheets were especially helpful, this one. I would point out that on page 3 of that, the 801 Pacific Coast Highway, the Kensington facility, according to the numbers shown here for the property and the building, the FAR is actually a 0.32, not a 0.64 shown here. So that is the one that I found that may not be correct. You look through that, and a 0.5 is appropriate. Not only appropriate, but maybe even a bit generous compared to across the board with what these PI properties are. As for the Beach Cities Health District site itself, which is what a lot of people are talking about tonight, it's substantially run similar to a commercial site. It's basically a big rental property. If you look at the numbers of the floor space that is actually utilized for rental, it's the dominant factor. As a former planning commissioner, I know the work that's done there. I know the hours and hours that go into it. I ask you to respect the work of the unanimous work of the Planning Commission that is before you tonight. And they consider the city as a whole, not one special interest. That's not what the Planning Commission has done. It's not what they did with this. They look at things as a whole. You got a Planning Commission that is representatives from every district, as Mr. Obagi has opined about in the past. They are from every district. They are citywide. So it's sad too that through their attorney, Beach City Health District has slandered the planning commissioners. I read the letter from Rattan and Tucker, from Joseph Larson. That's just uncalled for. It's not necessary in this. They call out specific named plans commissioners and just slander them. It's wrong. So in the end, this is the right thing to do. And if somehow it's decided in the future that it really isn't the right thing to do, the option always exists. Take it to the people, a vote of the people. It's written in. This can be a ballot measure to change any aspect. And if it's truly the will of the city, the residents of the city, to increase that far beyond the 0.5, then it would certainly be done. It's an easy thing to do. Thank you all tonight.
Question. Mr. Schutzenberg. Do you know what the FAR is on the school district's public institutional properties?
Well, the school district, when it's used for school facilities, it's not applicable.
It doesn't apply?
No, it's exempt from it.
So we can't apply a 0.5 FAR to the school district, right?
Well, you can apply it to the property, but
It's not
as
gonna
far
apply to
as,
the
if
school
the school district wants to build a school that's a
2.0.
2.0, they could, because it's exempt from the local FARs.
So do you know what the school district sites are built to now? Let's say the high school site, do you know what that?
They're listed
It's
on
in
the
the FAR
FAR report.
analysis.
Every one of them is on
Our
there.
comparison analysis.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great analysis to look at.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That answer it, I hope. Thank you.
Most are 0.2 to 0.3.
Okay, anyone else
What page?
from the public?
This is 110.
Nobody in the audience? Anybody online?
Attachment 3.
Laura Duke.
Good evening. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, council and mayor and city staff. My name's Laura Duke. I live in District 3. The general plan I know covers many things, and it was inspired by the hard work of the residents, the Redondo residents on the GPAC, who met for several years to hammer out this plan. And I thank them and those on the Planning Commission for what has led us here today. And I thank you on the council for the work you're about to embark on this evening and in coming meetings. I'd like to speak to the public zoned floor area ratio. A 0.5 FAR on public zone land is more than reasonable. It's what the Planning Commission has recommended, and I hope you will concur with them. They also felt that a 1.25 FAR should apply to emergency services like fire and police, the way it currently is for the Civic Center. But having seen what 1.25 looks like, thanks to Chair Hazeltine for asking city staff to show what various FARs around town look like, even 1.25 allows for colossal structures. I challenge you to propose an even lower FAR for them. Just because it's fire and police doesn't mean a successful facility must bulk out every square inch of the property with structures. I know, especially if their bond passes, their dream may be to have a 4.0 FAR, but the reality is that these zones should be made to adhere to the specific purposes and standards of a public zone, which are maintain a high level of quality and character in the city's residential neighborhoods, ensure the public buildings and uses are designed to be compatible with other buildings and uses on the site and with the neighborhood in which they are located. These purposes are right in the municipal code while also being in line with the GPAC guiding principle of preserving neighborhoods. Our own planning manager, Sean Scully, has commented on the built-out and park core nature of Redondo Beach. This is not a made-up notion. One council member earlier, by way of explanation, said 0.5 FAR means buildings are on half the lot and completely empty on the other half. Well, to that I say completely empty can mean opportunities for other community amenities, just not structural in nature. We must try to preserve Redondo's land, especially the public zone land. There are only 5 or 6 of these parcels in the entire city, and they are special. We should even consider rewilding efforts on some of these properties since they are so rare. Open space should not be treated as a bad term. When it's well thought out and planned, it's actually keeping us from going crazy. So please consider implementing the 0.5 FAR on non-emergency service public zones and perhaps lower the 125 to a 0.75 for emergency service areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. Mark Nelson.
Okay, am I on?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, good evening again. Sort of a series of disjointed comments after listening to everything. Beach Cities made this all about beach cities. It wasn't targeting, it wasn't anything else. Beach Cities stepped in and made it all about them. Consequently, they chose the field of battle. And for the public, that's how it's wound up. I don't believe the EIR supports 1.25 from, at least from the way I've read it and from the way I've read the staff report. That's obviously a big issue and would have to go back to square one on it. The FAR of 1.25 that Beach Cities wants is way less than what they really wanted to do. In an uncontained world, they wanted 1.95. They wanted 792,520 square feet and 110 feet above barrel. Clearly, that's what caused the beginning of the problem. We were very clear, smaller, shorter, in the center. And Beach Cities came back with, as you remember, the Great Wall of Redondo that went all the way around the outside. So they've been uncooperative the whole time. The PCDR, the Planning Commission Design Review, requires that property values be preserved. Right now, statistical models show that within half a mile of beach cities, home values are $180 million less than they ordinarily would be. So that's a problem, and that's a problem at what, 0.77, I guess. Statistical analysis also shows that beach cities had no significant impact on the health outcomes or health savings that Gallup had. Gallup weasel worded it saying that, well, you know, beach cities might have some impact because they had no analysis. Well, we had the analysis done, and the beach cities slightly underperform their income levels. They should be doing a little bit better all by themselves. That's a big issue. Beach Cities pays $2.4 million to its executives. It has 13 executives. The city of Redondo Beach only has 15 executives when measured the same way. Directors, GMs, you know, et cetera. That even includes the city manager. So they are way top heavy, and they can cut that in half, and there's $1 million, which is roughly what they're going to get from PMB LLC if they rent their facility. So I don't know if the number's 0.5. I support 0.5. Our folks support 0.5.
Time.
Your time's up, sir. Anyone else?
Yes. Nancy Skiba.
Good evening again. And I wanted to speak on this because I think what they're doing is excessive. The amount that they're wanting to have the Redondo taxpayers to shoulder is massive, and it is excessive. And also considering the fact that there's going to be reportedly a high percentage of non-residents availing themselves of the services there, as well as residing in the senior facility. Therefore, I believe that the amount should be reduced, and also the FAR should be the 5 point. Thank you. 0.5.
So we have Brianna Egan.
Hello, thank you. So land use decisions like the general plan are important and they're impactful in our city. I appreciate that we do want to be thoughtful in how we plan and provide for more opportunities, foster small businesses, and house our residents. As someone who grew up in Redondo Beach and cares deeply about the city and its future, I want to see us plan for the future by supporting a vibrant community with affordable options for more young professionals and families to live here and to enjoy the resources, schools, and services that you can find in Redondo Beach. I want to share that cities are living and they should grow and adapt with time. And so I'm glad to see that we are planning for new housing, especially near the transit and walkable corridors of our city. I do not support the cap on FAR for public institutions at 0.5. I feel it should be uniform at 1.25 or higher, and I feel that this arbitrarily targets Beach Cities Health District. Beach Cities Health District does serve the residents of our beach cities across the lifespan. And just to share, I've personally benefited from the programs like Zumba in the Park and the Center for Health and Fitness gym. And the health district also provided substantial funding and support for the community garden that we started in Redondo Beach. I feel that there's no reason to artificially limit the redevelopment potential for the site, and it seems like most of the opposition is centered around noise and construction impacts. So I want to share a parallel to this situation. As many of you know, I'm currently a third-year medical student at Loma Linda University in Loma Linda, California, which is one of the original 5 blue zones in the world. And guess what? The Loma Linda Hospital was subject to the same California state seismic requirements as the Beach Cities Health District facility. In response, the medical center fundraised and built a shiny new state-of-the-art 1,000-bed hospital, which opened in 2021. And it has 17 stories. It's in the middle of a single-family neighborhood. And there are 2 towers for adult and children's hospital. And it was fully built with unionized labor. So yes, the nearby residents were inconvenienced during the several years of construction for this hospital, but they now benefit from world-class healthcare services that support the entire region. If Loma Linda can get this done, so can we. And so we need to invest and plan for our community's future. I support the Beach Cities Health District redevelopment plans, and I know they aren't proposing this, but I would love to see the addition of workforce housing and senior housing at the site. So in summary, let's plan for our future needs. Let's not handicap our healthcare services, housing, and our public and institutional resources. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for Zoom. E-comments, we received 73, 21 support, 44 oppose, and 2 are neutral.
Guess it depends what they support and oppose.
Yeah.
Okay. So I do have a question. I hate focusing on one property, but our housing element right now does call out BCHD under housing affordability and accessibility. And from the comparative analysis you put forward, it says that they're currently at, I think, a point, I don't have it in front of me, I think it was a 0.74 FAR build out on their current.
0.77.
I'm sorry?
0.77.
0.77 build out. If we restricted it to 0.5, would we be violating somehow our housing element or putting it at risk or?
You know, we haven't analyzed it with respect to the housing element, to be honest, so we'd have to look at that and then see what that reference is in the, if it's just informational data, I wouldn't see that as an issue.
It says although these units may not fall under the low or very low income categories, they do provide access to a special type of housing that provides additional services to those in need, but it's documented as housing. If we lower the FAR, are we allowing the same build out of that housing, or do we have to account for that loss of housing somewhere else, like we did for, other places?
Yeah, that's something, I think that's worth looking into. And there's a state law, SB 330, which restricts cities from downzoning and losing
Unless you
housing.
offset it at the same time.
That's correct.
Yeah, we would have to look at the type of units they are. They have never qualified as housing units, assisted living facilities. What qualifies a unit is a kitchen within that
I'm just
unit.
wondering, since we specifically mention it and it's in our certified housing element.
Sure.
Are we at risk? That's all.
And I think my answer to that would be, let's look at that and bring that answer back for you more formally over the next 2 meetings.
That may inform our decision.
Because I think it's a very good question. Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there a way to get a transcript of the planning commission meeting?
Transcript.
Like either through AI or otherwise, somebody actually typing up what was said, like a stenographer or whatnot, because ultimately those, any litigation that ensues, those statements are going to be used against the city if there's litigation. And it's important what they said, and just watching it, it's 4 hours long. It's tough to catch all the details and stuff, so it's good to see it on paper, so that, we can
Yeah,
tell if somebody's being slandered or if they're being accurately depicted.
We can look into that. I don't know what the status of our minutes preparation is on that. We're probably a little fresh to get that particular meeting caught up, so.
Updated, except the department needs to review the minutes.
Okay, so we actually have a draft of that currently? The planning commission's
The
meeting?
last one probably is still being done.
Okay, so we'll eventually get it by the time we're making a decision.
Yeah, I
on
think
it.
so. We'll see, to your point, though, if we can do something beyond just the minutes.
Thanks. And then to answer the question I posed earlier to Board Director Strutzenberg, the high school seems to be at page 855 of our agenda packet at a 1.37 FAR, or at least currently RBUSD offices and auditorium.
The auditorium.
The auditorium, not the school. The school's 0.15. The high school.
Got it. Okay, the auditorium.
They have all the different properties.
Yeah, there's different properties there.
Okay, so single-story structure auditorium, or is it multiple stories?
It's very tall ceilings, so.
Yeah.
It's very tall.
Story, but it's
Yeah, one story, all right.
Yeah, same floor area. Yeah, and we noticed in the analysis that we do need to update the reference to the Kensington property. And then also we need to add specific reference to 200 North PCH, which is not on the list.
That's
And
the police annex?
Yes.
That needs to be updated.
That needs to be added to the FAR analysis. That's not there
But
currently.
I thought you do have it under one, it was incorrect.
We have it studied at 125. That's but I don't think we have it listed in our FAR comparison.
I thought you did. Planning Commission.
I'm not saying it.
Which property are you referring to?
200 North PCH.
Oh, okay. The annex site?
Maybe it was in the.
It was in the
pictogram.
planning commission
Yeah.
packet. We had provided the planning commission a separate attachment. We decided not to include that at this meeting because we wanted to go through and do a little more quality control on that document. But this one we felt was accurate, fairly accurate in terms of the property square footages.
So this particular analysis doesn't include that data.
Got it. That's why I don't find it in here, but
Yeah.
it was in the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So, if I may continue. Let's say this is zoned public institutional, leave the floor area ratio issue aside for a second. Let's say the Beach Cities Health District is unable to finance itself, as some people are saying, it goes bankrupt or it sells its assets to some private developer, would they keep the public institutional zoning on that property? Or would it kind of convert to something else?
Well, the designation would remain if there was an application or a proposal to change the use of the property, then the city would take a look at rezoning it, redesignating the land.
Okay. And Georgette Gattner brought up a good point, which is if they go out of business, something that goes, happens to their property, the state's going to be looking at that in our next RENA round 4 years down the line or so, and they're going to think, wow, a lot of residential dwellings can go on that massive Beach Cities Health District property. So those who are wishing for peril for the health district should really take some caution against some other unintended consequences. And I'll say this, I'm looking at the application for a conditional use permit in the city of Redondo Beach. And that is, when somebody applies for a conditional use permit, that's where the city imposes its discretion to permit or not permit those uses that will not adversely affect surrounding uses and properties, nor disrupt the orderly development of the community. And in awarding a conditional use permit, the city must find that the proposed use is in the best interest of the public health, safety, and welfare of the community, and that it's in accordance with the goals and objectives of the city's general plan. So that's all. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So a couple questions. I guess we already answered the annex, FAR for the annex. So talking about process here for a second, a lot of conversations have been talked about regarding PCH, other areas, different zoning in the FAR. Is any of this set in stone? Like, is it never going to change?
No, so this is the council's opportunity to make changes to the document now. The only thing that's time sensitive is the housing element implementation
Yeah,
items.
I understand. In the future, so once this gets approved, right? We're increasing FARs on Artesia Boulevard now. I mean, there's a process. Is there a process to increase the floor area ratio on different zonings and different sites?
There is, so we can revisit the general plan, the policies and regulations at any time and make changes.
So a lot has been talked about regarding the Kensington project on the corner of Nob Hill and PCH. And that had a FAR of 0. Actually, it was a school district property, correct? And that was actually converted to
surplus land,
and then subsequently into a private public partnership. And that had new zoning attached to it. There was no cap, right?
That was approved by the voters.
Yes. Well, that's my point. That's my question. Right. So it was a conversion, change in zoning, conversion, and then there was a Measure DD vote.
Correct.
Right?
That's correct.
So if there's a project that comes through, using that as an example, or an area, even if it's for our city hall here, which we have for the police department, we're capping out our bond for the police department, the max 1.25 for that. If we wanted to increase the civilian side to 1.5, we would go to a Measure DD vote.
You would. And that should be recognized now too, from a schedule perspective. The implementation of these FAR changes wouldn't occur until the vote. We're one step, the council's action on that is one step. The housing element's a different consideration, but the housing, as it pertains to the FAR on public institutional zones and other elements in the general plan, the 1.5 FAR on Artesia as an example, those are, you will be the first step following approval, and then eventually we will call for a vote before it's implemented.
Right. So there is, say all that passes, we get more money here for City Hall. We want to increase the floor area ratio. We want to include a higher number. We've already built the max. We require some more. We just go simply a vote. We change, apply it to ourselves for a project. To increase the zoning density FAR, and then go to vote for the people.
That, as a standalone item, that is one option, correct? Yeah, I mean, there would be a few ways to do it theoretically. You could do an update across the board in different categories. You could take Pacific Coast Highway corridor plan, right? Perhaps that's approved later with different iterations of what's been studied thus far. That could be, council could take action to implement it, and then ultimately call for the election for voters' consideration of final change, because it would be a major change in allowable land use. Again, it's important to note that's different than the housing element components.
Right,
That's
I
a
fully understand that.
separate action.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the housing element at all.
Yeah, but as it pertains to these sort of commercial concepts and the FAR associated with that, yes. The idea, in an ideal world, all of these different bucket considerations would be, if they require further study, we would take the time to do the further study. We would then consider them and then make decisions on implementation, and then ultimately call for a singular election that would allow the voters to consider that as in an aggregate vote.
So going to the school district question, school district is exempt from, they need to build a massive school building site, right? They're exempt. But if they were to convert that to a surplus property, then I believe I saw this at the planning commission, then our zoning would be implemented.
But there are constraints under public institutional zoning to begin with, correct? As it pertains to the development on the campus. So you would, I mean, it doesn't necessarily allow, the FAR in that instance doesn't necessarily allow them to build whatever commercial.
Yeah, it would, if it was something that wasn't related to education or school, that wasn't permitted in public institutional, it was more commercial or private, it would have to be accompanied by a general plan amendment and a
Surplus,
zoning
it'd
change.
have to be declared a surplus property, right?
Surplus.
Committee.
Yes.
And then you'd have another, conceivably, to have another change in allowable land use on the site,
Mhm.
and you'd have to have another vote.
Okay, so there's multiple avenues for a lot of these, nothing here is set in stone. That's my, that's my question with it. The Measure DD process. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalijorovic.
First, I'd like to just make a comment that the FAR that we are talking about for the public institutions, to be clear, there was not one before. And if you look at the comparison, the analysis that's been given to us, it's never really been an issue. These are service-oriented properties, not market-driven. So if we're gonna build our fire station, we're gonna build it to what the service that we need to provide requires. We're not gonna spend extra money and build it out as big as we want to because it costs us more money with no extra benefit. So I just want to point out that it hasn't been a problem in the past for the properties that are listed here. And so I think our elected officials have done a great job managing the properties that they've had. That's all I'll say about that right now. I'm going to switch gears, and I actually have some questions about Artesia and the ACAP. So we're moving from 0.6, which we recently changed the FAR, and the EIR is studying 1.5, correct?
Correct. Yes.
My question is, for those properties, can we realistically reach a 1.5 FAR there without increasing the height limit? Because I realize we haven't adjusted the height limit. And are we arbitrarily going down this exercise to invigorate that area, but overlooking that height limit that is kind of limiting what someone can build?
So that's a good question. The zoning amendment addresses the 1.5 FAR. We do intend to go back and take a look at the height and present that to the council. In fact, that was going to be something we talked about, breaking the project up, spending a little more time with some of these. So that is something we anticipate diving into and evaluating what the appropriate height would be based on the 1.5 FAR. But we have not addressed that, and the current zoning amendments are before you.
Okay, because I'd hate to put this package together and have it go out to a vote of the people only to have to do it again later, you know?
Right.
So that would be something that I would be looking at. And I know it currently is not listed as a mixed-use property, but some of them are, and you're changing them back to commercial only. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And if we were to keep them mixed use, we would have to re-look at the EIR for that purpose.
I don't,
It's something we'd have to
With
look
the
into.
addition.
yeah, we'd
Okay.
have to look at that.
And I say that with the addition of our increased FAR and potentially a height limit, just conceptually thinking about how we're invigorating that whole space and what we're actually going to accomplish with the way it's listed here. So,
Well, I think that these are good comments. What it allows us to do is we can consider those and bring that information back to you
Great.
as part of our subsequent hearings.
great, thank you.
Well, I'd hope that we wouldn't just approve a 1.5 FAR and not be able to build out to it. We ought to include the height, the number of stories changes with it, because Councilmember Kalijorovic is correct that, if we did it in 2 steps, we're gonna have 2 DD votes because you're changing the zoning and you're changing the capacity of the site. We should do it both at once, and you've studied the EIR for that FAR cap, so putting more stories on it shouldn't impact the EIR, but we should do that once.
Yep.
Our plan shouldn't be to sit here and pre-negotiate 500 changes to this thing after we're done.
I think we should, where we have the time, we should take the time.
I mean, this is really fun, but.
And I agree with that, and that's, I would say that's
Strange
probably
definition of fun.
the only incomplete zoning ordinance item that's in this package, and something I identified late in the process. And we decided we were going to take a little more time with it and recommend a height limit that was consistent with that FAR. But at this point.
In this process.
In this process,
Okay.
yes.
You'll get recommendations for us specifically on follow-up actions as we near the deliberation stage. Again, we're being sensitive to the public comment period, and we'll evaluate those comments and be back to you.
Councilmember Lewin.
Thank you. I spent the night being very quiet and listening to a lot of what people have to say. One of the reasons I want to do that is soak in what everybody else has to say. But what I want to ask you, Mr. Weiner, you have a master's in urban planning and a lot of years in your role. One thing that I did not hear from what people have talked about, and this is specifically related to commercial, I'm not talking about public or institutional, is good urban planning means you look at the pluses and the minuses to whatever it is that you're trying to plan, right? And what I did hear is a lot of positives about upscaling the FAR on Artesia to 1.5. We talked about, the same on PCH, South PCH or more. I didn't hear anything of the downsides to upscaling of FAR. It's obvious we want to incentivize development. We want to incentivize revitalization, commercialization of our commercial areas. But beyond, say, just traffic, what are the downsides to increasing the FAR on these thoroughfares?
Yeah, and there's definitely some potential downsides to it. And the general plan is really balancing a number of priorities. There's housing being driven largely by the state. There's economic sustainability and certain measures that look to allow for more creation of more jobs and commerce here. And that's one of the drivers behind the 1.5 along Artesia. At the same time, we're trying to achieve all that while maintaining the character of the city, keeping the look and the feel as to what it is. And I think the general plan does a pretty good job of that in terms of, and I stated this in the presentation.
What about stress on city services, for example, police and fire?
It does add to the need for city services, in
Or sewers and
particular,
things like
the housing.
So infrastructure and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you can think of?
Well, parking.
Well, parking is one thing.
Parking, trip generation.
Yeah. These are all things that, when we're looking 25 years out, what do we want the city to look at?
And some of this, sorry.
I just wanted everybody to think about that because again, we're all, I think, up here in agreement in terms of revitalization of the city, but we also have to look at the negatives and the positives as well too, because there are both, so.
And some of the goals are really directed at creating jobs within Redondo Beach and having people that work here also live here and maybe use public transportation within the city.
Right.
So that's definitely one of the priorities of the general plan. How long it will take for that to happen is yet to be determined.
Yeah.
But what I remember from this one, and I thought this already went through council, the ACAP already went through council.
It did.
Was not necessarily this was a job center, that it was an incentive to invest in a corridor that was looking pretty run down.
No doubt.
And
Right.
where we did the job centers were the tech centers that we put, behind the Galleria, the Frontier site, and the one that area that crosses the 405.
Yeah, that's correct. And those were the areas I was referring to for the increase in the FAR on Artesia. It's primarily to promote investment in properties, just overall improvement along that corridor.
I would agree, but remember that 70% of of jobs or small business jobs in the United States.
No, I understand, but the incentive I understood behind the ACAP was to investment, and the jobs creation was the tech center. I forget what we called those overlays for.
And it was also to update the uses to reflect more contemporary trends, right? I mean, we had certain prohibitions on what you could put on the ground floor that were a little bit outdated.
And we put some
and-
services in there to
Exactly,
attract. Yeah,
exactly. So it was to revitalize and ultimately create a more attractive
Yeah, I just take,
space.
we deliberated, you guys deliberated ACAP. I hope we don't go back on ACAP.
No, I don't, I just wanted us to think about this because we're looking at a long-term strategy here. I think we're all in agreement about ACAP. And I
Okay.
think, we talked about PCH tonight, and I just want everybody to think about
I
that
don't think
when we
we'll
do.
resolve PCH it by the end of this
No,
process.
but we talked about it.
And I think what might be helpful in thinking about the ACAP is that while we approved the plan and we were able to implement certain elements of the plan early on that stayed below the environmental requirement and thresholds, there were several items in the ACAP that we needed to study before we could actually
But
implement
height is one of them.
Height is one of them, FAR is one of them, height is one of them. Different types of, creative restaurant uses in different areas of the property. Those are.
Parquettes.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor it. I just wanted to, okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, is that it?
That's it.
Councilmember Obaji.
Sure, could you light up 2B, please? And when Mr. Weiner spoke to the NRBBA, he spoke about increasing the height limit on Artesia Boulevard potentially to 3 stories so we can get rooftop dining, et cetera. So I'm sure that was part of the plan discussed here eventually. But I was just wanted to show the Montecito so we don't get too excited about mixed use on Artesia Boulevard because it's a prime example of failed mixed use or mixed use where all the priorities put in the residential, no care whatsoever for the commercial, and frankly, no care if the commercial ever gets occupied. And now I think the Montecito has maybe a tenant down here, some real estate agents or brokers. But this is as the time that Google did its drive-by, not a single tenant here, and really no care for it. So I don't think.
Just consistent with all of Artesia, not just this building.
Yeah.
Historically, yeah, I mean, it's changed significantly, and the goal with 1.5 was, hey, build out to the max as long as you provide the dedication in the front to widen the sidewalks and leave an alleyway, at least the discussion at the time we passed it, an alleyway in the rear, so maybe we can get an alleyway going there. Build up to the max, and maybe that'll allow you to put an underground garage for parking.
That's almost a 1.7 FAR, by the way, 1.68. The
This
Montecito.
property?
Yeah.
Well, the Montecito's a poster child for why
Mixed use.
way back in 2009, even John Parsons, who helped create the zoning for that, said it failed because everybody maximizes the residential and all the commercials an afterthought. And because of the way it's configured, it's not attractive to people. So you see it at 1800 PCH as
Actually,
well.
if we put 2B back on, please. If you take a look at even just the satellite image of this, you see what a shadow the Montecito casts on the residential buildings behind it. So there's a hill there.
There
but,
is some
I mean,
great change there,
It doesn't
too.
help.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that it's also 4 stories tall and everything else is capped at 2 stories. So we do have residential right next to
And,
a lot
and
of.
my point in bringing this up is that if we're gonna, if we're saying we want developers to do underground parking, that is a big price tag. And if you're not giving them a reason that they want to do underground parking, they're not going to come develop. So the height limit is, it's a discussion and it's an exercise for us to figure out, is this actually going to work by just increasing the FAR? Because otherwise, we've talked about having little parkettes and things. How are they going to do that if you have a 1.5 FAR and you don't increase the height limit? It's just the whole thing's going to be a building.
Yeah, and if I remember the GPAC, and I thought the ACAP discussion, because that was kind of outside of GPAC, the discussion was the city was going to look at alleviating some of the parking by acquiring lots and creating public parking lots at strategic locations on Artesia. Am I remembering that right?
You are, that is
You
still,
funded
that's still a
those.
project goal for us, and
Funded it. too.
yeah, we've actually put some money in to start that process. We looked at different target locations. One of the things we're also dealing with Artesia and aviation to somewhat lesser extent is recalcitrant land owners and incentivizing them to do anything with those properties, given current estate planning, trust requirements, taxation, and everything else. It requires a significant upside for them to make a move. And that's, we've learned a lot about that in reaching out to them over the years. So
And
it's going to
there's-
take something special to get
We're
them.
waiting for the FAR increase, right?
And we think that's part of it, and we hope that's something that will motivate them, but time will
Is
tell.
that it, Councilmember
Yeah.
Obaji? Anybody else on the
Mayor.
council? Okay, so
Mayor.
can you
Mayor.
read back?
Eleanor's.
I have one speaker on Zoom.
Did they just join? I
No,
thought we
but-
exhausted them.
We didn't close the public hearing.
I know.
So, yeah, there's one person on that.
Okay.
Okay, Holly Osborne.
Can you, oh, wait, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Okay,
hear you.
yes, the reason I raised my hand was because you happen to be talking about the exact thing that I asked my question about last time. I was talking about properties on aviation, on Artesia, and could you really just double the FAR or whatever it is you're doing, because the lots are so narrow. Okay, and that's sort of like the driveway is sort of like an immutable space that you have to keep, but you don't get any benefit from doubling the FAR. You can't build on it, so you have to drive on it. And I even talked about scraping my car on it because it was so narrow. So I would really like you guys to figure out with a little model what it would, just pick one of those lots and 1.6 the FAR or 1 the FAR or whatever it is you're doing and see what you really are able to build. And this was exactly the thing I asked last time, and it turns out that's practically what you're talking about.
We're in our first of multiple hearings. Is that it, Holly?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay. Can you, Mike, have you been, City Manager Witsansky, have you been keeping a list of?
Yes.
Can you recite that? back?
Sure, with my chicken scratch, so bear with me here. I'll just go in most recent order. EIR, do we have EIR coverage? That's my paraphrasing for a change to the type of land use on Artesia. Mixed use was mentioned. We'll look into that from a research standpoint. This continues to be one that I've agitated on, but do we have, what would be necessary for us to analyze the possibility of considering rooftop dining along Artesia? We'll look at what height limits are currently contemplated in the environmental review, what would be necessary perhaps to, we'll illustrate in a couple of lots what it would take for property owners to fully achieve the 1.5 FAR and make adjustment to our height capacities. We'll look into the value capture concept, the value capture district concept, which, my mind, I'm thinking of as a kind of a cap and trade conversation, and looking at what that criterion could potentially consider, and then what environmental review would be necessary for us to actually formally consider implementing such a program. We will look at the EIR, I've got some general internal notes on EIR certification. FAR cap, that's another item that's internal.
A copy of the draft minutes for the Planning Commission.
We'll be looking at perhaps bringing more of a stenographer type approach, kind of full printout, full readout of that meeting. And then what are we looking at for timelines as we consider these potential supplemental environmental analyses as a secondary step? Anything else that?
The 0.74 current FAR for BCHD and its inclusion in the housing element? If we down-zone to 0.5? is
Yes,
that
whether or not that's specific to the, yes, I do have that here.
Any other ones that they missed?
Yeah.
Councilmember Narenheim?
Make sure, I was looking at the Planning Commission, all the FAR updates for that, police annex and the entire high school, not just, what we had there, the whole high school, and Yeah, make sure we understand what the FAR is on the annex, on the high school itself.
Yes, we're going to follow up
Separately.
with the two additional, yeah, we'll look at the FAR map there, FAR matrix, and update that.
And include, because the reason I'm talking about the cap and trade, as you mentioned, and Councilmember Rawaji sent an email out to what we were supposed to be talking to regarding the buckets, is for the programs that we could use that deals with the potential impacts to all of this.
Right.
And so we can,
Those are the parameters of a value capture
the
district, right?
residents and the impacts of developments. And we're talking a lot about the developments, but we're not talking about the community inputs, outcomes, as well as
You even
open
file
space
that?
outcomes as well.
Yeah, so those, I think that what you can do within a value capture district are, you basically would impose certain public improvements and you'd create whatever those are, you'd identify them. That's why I think there is, in my personal feeling, I mean, we'll research it, but I believe there will be some substantive and environmental analysis that'll be needed to consider a program like that because it's fairly complex.
Yeah, and that's fine, in overall scope, not detailed.
Yeah, and we're just trying to get an order of magnitude really in that.
Yeah.
Do we have to
Just providing direction. to
receive and file what
We have-
Councilmember Obaji sent out? So can I get a motion to receive and file? this Councilmember?
Well, remember, you can
motion-
receive and file, but we're also continuing the
Yeah,
public hearing. We're not
exactly.
closing the
Motion to
public
receive
hearing.
and file and continue the public hearing till
I'm not gonna-
October
yeah.
15th.
We haven't closed it yet.
Well, I've got other speakers.
Well,
yet.
we're
I
not
just
going to
want
close
make
the
sure.
public hearing. We're continuing the public hearing.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Continuing.
yes,
I can make that motion, but we
Well-
can continue on with the speakers.
okay. So you make that
Can we,
motion?
Receive and- Yeah?
Can we, we'll continue obviously to next week or whenever, the 15th. But can we kick off the continued discussions on non-housing items on November 12th or some date shortly thereafter?
Well, I think as we look at these concepts, we're going to give you some schedules, timelines that would be associated with whatever follow-up review is required. And some could be short, some might require us amending our agreements with our environmental consultants. I mean, there could be a lot of steps involved in that, depending on
sure.
what we choose to do.
Sure. Just asking that we don't deal with the non-housing aspect before November 5th.
Correct. I think, yeah, as we get closer towards that date, we'll start to look at the different buckets and decide what our process will be.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Nair.
Actually, if I may be heard.
I'll let you go.
Okay.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Councilmember.
Motion and
Fair.
second to do what? To do what?
To continue.
Oh, if I may.
Yeah.
Thank. Just a question on the list that you're compiling. This is a non-housing issue. If we wanted to study a 1.25, at least having our consultant look at it, FAR for public institutional, in particular the fire stations and all other public institutional, get that in the pipeline now?
Yeah, we can certainly provide you what that sequence and time
To
schedule
give
would
us
look like.
options.
Yep.
Not making any decisions. 1.25, public institutional, across the board. Thanks.
Okay. I got nobody else, so we got a motion and a second, all four.
And it was, to be clear, just to continue the.
It was to continue and to receive and
Aye.
file what Councilmember Obaji said.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's our introduction. We'll be back. Do you want a
Okay,
quick break
going
before the
to
next item? or-
item N1.
Make a motion for a 6-minute break.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for a 6-minute break, all four? Four.
Lowenstein. Here. Councilmember Kalu-Jedovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, diving into N1.
Good evening. Greetings, Mayor and Council. Thank you for hearing this item tonight for us. I'm honored to present on behalf of several of the departments, including Finance, Robert and Stephanie, the Clerk's Office, Eleanor and Lucy's, the City Attorney's Office, Christine and Mike, and Public Works, Jesse, Mike Klein, Rob Osborne, and others. It's really been a team project to bring this item forward after last year's passage of the charter changes that allow for some modifications to the ordinance regarding procurement of public works projects. Just a little background, this was initiated, this whole process through recommendations from the Charter Review Committee to pursue changes to the charter to allow some more flexibility with the way we procure projects, public works projects. The voters adopted these changes in March of 23. Measure CA1 addressed most of what we'll be talking about tonight with respect to procurement, but CA4 also plays a role in its authorization of the City Council to delegate authorization to sign and execute projects to others at their discretion. The purpose of the ordinance tonight is to align our current ordinance with these charter changes, specifically to define maintenance and repair project types, to update procedural language for solicitation and procurement for the various categories of projects, informally bid, design build, maintenance, repair, et cetera. And ultimately, the motivation is to improve our processes, our efficiencies, eliminate bureaucracy where we can, and expedite project delivery. Let's get into the meat of it. One of the biggest new pieces of language in the ordinance is the definition of maintenance projects, and then we'll get repair projects in a moment. Previously, maintenance projects had been defined in the charter itself, and that was removed with this last charter change. And so the direction was to identify a fairly robust classification of what maintenance projects are. These are projects that by definition did not require competitive bidding, which is not new, but the definitions are moved and modernized here. Some examples are on the screen. These are similar to what we had in the previous charter. We've added a couple of things that we think make sense. I don't think we had landscape maintenance before, for instance. But we've underlined it all with any project that the City Council identifies as a maintenance project, including through the CIP program or through resolution, can be eligible for the procurement methods for maintenance projects. The next slide. The repair projects are similar. It's a separate category. It focuses on restoration required just by wear and tear, weathering, accidents, collisions, et cetera, and deferral of which maintenance that should have been done but wasn't able to be done due to financial reasons primarily. Similar to maintenance projects, repair projects may be so declared by action of the City Council as well. We'll go through just kind of highlights on a number of the other modifications in the ordinance. By the way, this is Title II, Chapter 6.1, which deals with public works procurement. The first part, 2-6.1.01, it enhances the described purpose of the chapter to meet the amendments to the charter. It adds clarifying definitions to many of the terms used in the chapter, including the definition of maintenance and repair. It introduces the definition of an electronic procurement system, which here today we have not used in the city in procurement. It's popular methodology used now, and staff is advising that we take advantage of the opportunities it provides. And we will recommend migrating to that process through adoption of this ordinance. Section .03 describes revised procedures for the solicitation, award, and execution of informally bid projects. Notable changes include the deletion of the requirement to advertise in a public newspaper, which is made somewhat obsolete by the adoption of electronic procurement methods, It also introduces authorization of the city manager to execute contracts that fall below the threshold for the formally bid projects, the $200,000 level currently, in accordance with other recent charter changes regarding contract execution. .04 includes no real substantive changes, but just minor wording changes to the options available when all informal bids are rejected to maintain consistency with the ordinance. 2.605 similarly has just minor changes. I'll jump ahead to 2.6.09. Removes discussion regarding tied bids, which in my history, we caught up on the slide there. Yeah, thank you. We've never had a tied bid, so it seemed unusual to have that in the ordinance. It positively affirms the use of a number of currently used mechanisms for repair and maintenance project procurement. It allows the city manager to execute such contract in these categories that do not exceed the limit for informally bid projects, while higher value projects would still require approval by the council. Section .10 affirms the possibility of the requirement for payment and performance bonds to go beyond formally bid projects. The current language only identifies those for formally bid, but we think it's important to have it on the smaller level projects when appropriate. And section .11 provides some procedural direction for projects using the design build methods, including the requirement for city council to approve the RFPs for these solicitations. It also affirms the city's use of a pre-qualification process per state guidelines when deemed appropriate. So those are the highlights of the modifications that we're recommending. The draft ordinance is part of the packet tonight. There's also a blue folder. We made a couple of late changes. So the blue folder that came today addresses a couple of things that we needed to do to make it consistent with the charter. So we've done that, and that's in your blue folder tonight. And that's what we're recommending the council consider for introduction, first reading tonight. So that ends my prepared comments, but certainly happy to try and answer questions. And Christina's here, who was a huge part of authorship of this. And so we'll do our best to answer your questions.
A couple remarks, Mayor, if I could. Really, as Andy pointed out early, team effort, a lot of different departments involved in reviewing this document. Big thanks to the city attorney's office for their help. It is, as mentioned earlier, meant to eliminate some of our red tape. And the goal here is to execute projects more quickly and more efficiently. We have a fairly archaic approach with us bringing all projects, regardless of cost and scope, to council for approval through the contractual approval process. That takes time and energy, at minimum weeks, sometimes months. So we're looking to try to pull back on some of that process and be more efficient in that respect, but still making clear that as it pertains to projects that are of unique community interest, that the council still has an opportunity to weigh in on design, to designate time and place for when those projects would be considered by the community. We're not looking to just have staff be able to make unilateral decisions on projects across the board. This is meant to allow us to do the very ministerial work more ministerially, while recognizing that the price of doing public works projects is no longer $50,000. It's significantly greater than that. 4X is what we ultimately identified in the charter. So it's very consistent with the conversations we had when we brought the charter amendments to the voters, and it's very consistent with conversations we had with the Charter Review Committee when we were first considering these changes. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. And the blue folder includes the changes to make it, let the council have latitude to weigh in on the
It
things
does.
it wants to hear
It does,
during the
yes.
CIP or budget process or
Correct.
through referral?
That's correct.
Okay, because I didn't get a chance to read the blue
Yeah, we
folder.
made those updates. We thought those were good suggestions. Gives council, the concept being that if during the budget season, when you're approving the CIP list, you say, hey, even though that's only a $150,000 project, we think that's particularly unique. We'd like to make sure that design is ultimately reviewed by the council before it moves forward. And oh, by the way, at that point, the council can say, well, it's also important that the Public Amenities Commission and whatever other commission also get a chance to weigh in on that. recognize also that staff, when we identify projects like this, naturally, we would still want to bring those to the council. There's nothing that prohibits us from doing that in the reverse. If a project's $150,000 and let's say it's a contract that I'd like more than just myself to review, I think it's important for the council to take a look at it before we execute that particular project. I would conceivably still bring that to you all before executing. So nothing disallows us from using discretion when you all and the public are best suited
Right.
to see this.
But that clause lets the council be in control of that when you're no
Exactly.
longer here and
Exactly.
it's a different council.
And so it still works in a two-way arrangement, and you ultimately have the authority.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. So we haven't been able to take advantage of these charter amendments until this becomes effective, right?
Yeah, generally, we have been through this notion of, we've been defaulting, you might have seen some of these resolutions where we're bringing a contract to you for a repair or a maintenance item. And in addition to the approval of that contract, you're approving a resolution declaring that project a maintenance project under our new charter definitions. Because as Andy mentioned, when we eliminated the when we made the charter amendments we did back in March, it actually struck the reference to the old description. So we've been on a case-by-case basis having you effectively authorize. So to answer your question, we have taken advantage of it to that extent. We just haven't made it a ministerial process where we no longer need to bring that type of a contract to you for immediate execution. So this will allow us to lean into the charter changes even more. We have been taking advantage of, by default, by better clarity. Yeah.
As process now versus.
Yes, as opposed to one-offs.
In addition, we have not, I don't believe we've taken advantage in the ordinance of the authority for the city manager or for the city council to designate somebody else to execute a contract. So we inevitably have had to come back to council for things that perhaps in the future, if this is approved, we wouldn't have to come back to council for.
Right. So we'll be able to perform our process tasks, our standard tasks now in a much more efficient, faster way. We'll be able to get projects quicker through the contractual stages.
Yes.
And from bid to contractual signed.
Yes.
What kind of shortening of time span are we expecting to look at here?
I'll let Andy maybe give better examples.
Broad strokes.
Broad example would be, under the old way, the informal bidding cap would have been $50,000. So, if you want to take it from there. Andy.
We would be able to do a number of, what comes to mind are kind of facility infrastructure projects, air conditioning projects, things like that, land in the $100,000 range that we can just kind of move through a briefer solicitation. Still, it requires a 10-day kind of bidding period through our electronic system, 15-day notice to the trade journals. But then those bids would come in, we could evaluate them quickly, the city manager could sign them, make the award and begin the execution process. So that's a much shorter process. Typically, it's about 2 months for us to do that on a project over the formal limit. So, yeah.
Another example that makes very clear what we've always felt should be considered, but we were a bit checked up by our archaic language. What is a maintenance effort or repair project? We can solicit specific proposals for that contractual work without having to go through the more traditional and formal bidding process. It allows us to see competitive pricing more succinctly and then execute an agreement without that particular and sometimes cumbersome noticing process.
Okay. And the limits now, we still have the transparency throughout this process. It's still being posted, it's still going through, you're signing, it's still going to come to the council. Council's still going to do the final say. It'll go through consent calendar. So everything that happens for the transparency wise is still there.
Generally, except for in the case where a contract might be executed. So the council's still going to have full control over appropriations of the project funding. And in that decision, deciding, okay, hey, it's a small project. Yes, it falls under an informal process, but we'd still like a say on design as an example. Say absent that, maybe it's a different example would be we need to bring on a contractor to repair our elevators on an annual basis. As opposed to us having to go through a very cumbersome process, if that amount was under $200,000, we could then execute that agreement at my level without having to bring it to council. Now, it's still a public document. It's still an agreement that would be ultimately available to everybody, but we now don't have to take that extra step to bring that to council through an agendized item.
Does that mean though through consent or just not even through?
Still warrants. Yeah, you'd still pay warrants to vendors. You'd still see that from a daylighting standpoint, but the initial contract execution for those projects in repair and maintenance that fall into this category, theoretically, I would be able to execute. I would still work with the attorney's office. Of course, we'd still have approval as to form and go through all the same machinations internally that we do. But it wouldn't necessarily, unless it was a contract greater than $200,000 currently, it would not have to go to council for final approval. That's not to say that there wouldn't be examples of agreements where it wouldn't be viewed as perfunctory and something I'd still want the council to weigh in on and ultimately approve. You potentially could still see agreements in that respect, but we would not be obligated to do that the way we are today.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Abaji.
Could we go back to the maintenance slide that you had, please? Yes, all right. So through a lot of these, for example, we have a company that clears brush. When Wiley Sump needed to get cleared out, there was a company that was deployed. I'm sure they're on contract with the city. Maybe it's our tree trimming company. But one could see how a lot of the maintenance activities could add up to a lot of dollars over time or repeat use. What system do we have in place to ensure that we're getting competitive or we're checking the prices around from time to time every few years or a couple of years to ensure that we're getting a competitive price, assuming the service that's being delivered is great, because they were great.
Right.
So what do we have in place? Because I could see, in the best case scenario, it just follows out of competition. Somebody else will provide the service for cheaper at the same value. In the worst case scenario, somebody could be getting a kickback to keep going with, this company or that company, right? So.
Yeah, it would be our traditional procurement effort where we would solicit proposals from multiple firms, see competitive pricing, and then make a selection based on combination of skills, experience, and cost, much like we do with professional services. It would only in the event where we have sustained history and it's just more cost effective to move forward without it, would perhaps we look at more of a historical agreement, but candidly, our process wouldn't change for how we would actually compete for and procure that competitive pricing. It'd be as it is today. It just wouldn't ultimately be, in the cases where it's under $200,000, brought to council for consideration. It would be brought to my consideration for approval.
Like a RFP or a request for bids or something like that?
Exactly.
Okay.
So now for design build agreements and things of more substance, you would ultimately approve the RFP. That would be different. But it would, in the cases under $200,000, whereas everything comes to you now, you would see the things that are greater than $200,000. That would be the difference. The process for us procuring competitive pricing would remain the same.
So in the maintenance category, we've introduced a number of mechanisms, job order contracting, a competitive contract that you guys would see, piggybacking, which we use now, but we just kind of formalizing the use of it here for public works or maintenance, actually not public works, maintenance projects. But we also allow negotiated contracts and purchase orders, and that would require for anything in the 60,000 to 200,000 category, 3 quotes to be requested, and those would be part of the record as well that's available. So the documentation will all be available and there, and we say somewhere here that it's all publicly available, which means either posted on our website or made available in a public records type request. So we intend to do the background work to provide all that documentation. It's just saving the step of teeing it up on an agenda item.
Is there a way to get like a periodic report of what's been approved outside the council's purview?
We may
Just
want
so
to.
you have some.
May want to do an informational item periodically where, hey, here's the list of all the contracts that were executed over the last quarter.
Yeah.
We could certainly do something like that.
Consent.
So-
Consent.
Yeah. Just something that we would bring to you. We could absolutely do that.
Do you mind? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to jump out of turn. I wrote down, actually, I was gonna bring it up. We have a wonderful new website. We can put everything on the website as well. Contracts executed under the city manager's position, right?
Yeah.
Right, and just throw everything there. I mean, we can throw a consent calendar item as well, put it on top, but I do think it definitely needs to have some proactive transparency along with it, because it does give me a little bit of pause. I wrote down, it's like, let's make sure people see it. Because again, when we start seeing these contracts happening faster and a lot more of them, we want to be able to report that to the public and say, look at the time and efficiency that we're saving, right? And that's the proactiveness portion of this. So I definitely think we should have a link on the website, a page that has that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. And look, there's part of me that as I look at this and in the spirit of us trying to be more efficient, I'm excited that we can achieve that. But part of me doesn't mind the process we have now where you're all ultimately approving it all, because we recommend to you and then full world gets to see it and we don't have to worry about the transparency side of the equation. So I welcome us creating some kind of a direct link that tracks this. So if anybody's got questions, they can raise them and we can recalibrate.
Councilmember Lawrence.
Yeah, resurfacing of streets and highways less than 1 inch. That's slurry sealing, isn't it?
Correct.
So that's maintenance. Wow, okay.
They're
Under
big,
200,000.
they're big enough.
Under two, well, hey, it's not that expensive.
It's a lot.
Slurry
Some
seal.
of it we can get done, yeah.
There's a lot you can get done for under $200,000.
Our recent ones have been higher than that, but there are occasions.
Because we've had lots of streets.
Right. And it's been part of the program to kind of do so many every year. But
Right.
yeah, there are cases where we might want to do slurry on a street where we want to restripe. And so when we grind off the old stripes and we put new stripes down, it doesn't look very good because you see the scars from the old ones. And
Right.
on rainy days, those are pretty hard to pick out. So we might want to slurry a small area, for instance. That would be something where we would not necessarily need to come back to council. To do that.
Painting, recoating, and resurfacing of an existing facility, so like the gym at aviation.
Remember what a pain that was getting that project ultimately
Oh,
approved?
yeah.
And the fact that, for years we've always, and unfortunately our old language was pretty restrictive in this area. But you think to yourself, wait a minute, shouldn't painting be considered maintenance or repair? And it wasn't expressly allowed under our old definition. So that's one that we think is kind of a no-brainer in this change.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just one other question. This is a nit, but on the page that you have up now, the maintenance projects, why is it replacement of existing building systems and not systems in general? Like if we have drinking fountains at a park or.
Well, a drinking fountain, we would classify as maintenance.
Yeah, but why does it say buildings, replacement of existing building systems versus?
We were trying to, right, perhaps unnecessarily narrow there. I concede the point. I think we were trying to target mechanical, electrical, plumbing, architectural skin, things like that we do a lot of that don't need design per se, but they tend to exceed the smaller thresholds. So that was the thinking behind.
Right, but if you have wiring in like a sign go bad, that's, the gateway to the harbor, why? It's not in a building.
Or an irrigation system.
Yeah, an irrigation system. That's a great example.
Well, so here's what I would say. So that first bullet, right? Routine, recurring, and usual work for the preservation, protection of any facility for its intended purposes. That's pretty broad.
Facility.
I would call the sign I don't mind calling the sign a facility. I mean, that's kind of.
How about a drinking fountain?
That's in the definition, I think, is.
Building systems, I think we're good there.
Facility?
Yeah, it is.
What about the median on Prospect?
That is not a facility.
Not a facility.
Landscape
Irrigation
maintenance.
needs to get fixed on that median.
Landscape maintenance.
Landscape maintenance.
Yeah, I think the issue there is
on Prospect.
Oh, wait, Prospect, sorry, I'm confusing my
I think
idea.
the issue there is budget, not mechanism to award, but agreed.
Well, and the repair is also, right, if you go to the next slide, repair covers, a variety of things too.
Repair is pretty wide open, but it just struck me as, just building systems.
Yeah, I got you. I think we were trying not to sort of get into like IT systems or things of that nature, but.
I would consider that a building system.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
So what you have up there is not the actual text of the ordinance. So under landscape, it does indicate irrigation systems Under the building system, it includes glazing, electrical, weatherproofing, all kinds for in-kind replacement. So, yeah, traffic signal wiring may not be considered building, but I think we could catch it under one of the other categories, so.
Councilmember Obaji, is your hand back up or did you just,
no,
okay.
Go to the repair slide just real quick. I just wanted to read it.
Would you want us, if you want, we could pull up the actual the ordinance definition if you want to see the full, this is just an example. I mean, we've got more to these definitions.
You could blow it up a little bit too,
Okay,
for the heart of sight.
I have no speakers, so do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve these recommendations and move forward with updating our ordinance.
So the
Add reporting, public reporting,
Yeah, add public reporting for the website
and the minor wording change to building.
and minor wording change the building.
Well, let's go, we might want to go, before we do that, let's go up and show the actual definition, because is that, do you think we need to do anything with that?
Think so.
So
It still says building system.
But not limited to.
shall include, but is
Yeah,
not
but it still
limited
says
to.
It starts with building.
What do you want it to say?
I don't know, what would you call that? City?
Building
infrastructure?
or structure, building and structural systems, or
It's not just structural.
Infrastructure system, structure, what you're looking for is infrastructure, which is different than structure, right? So you need to say existing infrastructure and structural buildings or building systems, existing building systems.
What's not incorporated in this that you?
My concern is that
So,
it's building.
so maybe the word change could be, so the term facility is defined as any plant, building, structure, real property, street, highway.
Yeah,
let's go for
Facilities
facilities.
system.
There you go.
that solves my,
All right.
And the city attorney's office is good with that?
so you want to recap your motion?
So I'll make a motion to accept the updates to our ordinance, the proposed changes to the ordinance, and to include a webpage of similar by the city manager to report these contracts that are signed, and to change the word building systems to facilities.
Maybe facility and building systems, just.
Facility and building systems.
Just the belts and suspenders of things, so.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second.
So
Any
we would have to bring back a first reading
No, no,
again,
no.
right?
No, these are de minimis changes, I think, as long, we can approve it for second reading and
Any
adoption.
member of the public wish to address this item?
And when does, real quick, when does this go into effect? 30 days from now?
30 days from the second
After the
reading.
second reading.
Hi,
Mr.
members of the
Solomon.
council, Mr. Mayor, staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. I know it's a late night, but allow me to indulge just for a moment. For a little history here and what you're doing. It seems like a relatively innocuous thing, it's just grinding it out, but in 2017, one of my first meetings on the Budget and Finance Commission, we had then Assistant City Manager Wazansky and Mr. Wengie there talking about this very item and the frustrations associated with the time constraints and the monetary restraints because they were in our charter and could not be changed. We talked about it quite a bit and we tried to get it into front of the city council. We knew there was a lot of time being taken up between the city attorney's office, public works, city manager's office, talking about repair, talking about maintenance. We're frustrated of purpose by the numbers that were involved, and the low numbers that were in the charter, but they're in our charter and we have to get the voters to approve that. We finally got to the Charter Review Committee. We spent 5 or 6 meetings talking about this very item, grinding through things, figuring out the exact wording, giving the council an opportunity to increase these numbers in the future so that they weren't locked into the charter, but also putting a limitation on how often those numbers could be increased. So it wouldn't be a blank check as well to protect the consumers, the customers, which are our residents. So while this does seem like a really innocuous item, I know they're downplaying it a little bit. The hours and hours that were spent between Public Works, the city attorney's office, the real hard work, the nuts and bolts of trying to figure this out. By passing this ordinance with that charter amendment, you are really making the city more efficient, getting things accomplished that you all have requested to do in your districts much faster. So really appreciate you doing this, all the hard work that went into it. Thank you all. For me, it's not me that had anything to do with it, but I really consider this a huge win. It took 7 years and it's coming across the finish line. We'll go through our second reading and it's going to make us a much leaner, operationally better city. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
No, none online or e-comments for the record.
Okay, so call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Okay, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3279-24, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 6.1 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to update the provisions pertaining to bid requirements and procedures in accordance with Measure CA1 and Article 19 of the City of Redondo Beach Charter for introduction and first reading as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, going to item N2. Who's got this one?
Yeah, Ryan's going to take it, and Andy, but just real briefly, I want to make clear that as we provide some information on Assembly Bill 413, that just to put a little bit broad color on this, we want to do what is going to be the most efficient and critical implementation of these bills requirements that we can. We do not have the capacity, and Andy and Ryan will explain this to you, to paint every crosswalk intersection in the city with red curb. We can't do that. We don't have that a level of resource. We're going to have to be pragmatic in how we ultimately implement and enforce AB 413. So it's under that spirit that I turn it over to sort of Andy and Ryan as they go through what this bill requires us to do and then what flexibility that we do have as it pertains to our operation here.
Thanks, Mike. Before Ryan gets started, AB 413 was passed, signed by the governor in effect January 1st of this current year. It requires, changes the vehicle code to prohibit parking within 20 feet of a crosswalk on the approach side, 15 feet if you have under certain conditions. The state's done that already. There's no marking required, red curb or signs that are required. This year, it can't be enforced without red curb or signs. Starting January 1st of 2025, it can be enforced without red curb or signs. The city, we're not necessarily recommending that we go out and mark everything, as Mike mentioned, for a number of reasons: enforceability, cost to install, cost to maintain, et cetera. So we're trying to come up with a graduated strategic approach to implement this in the most critical locations. And Ryan will go through some of the details as well as just broad outlines of the benefits of the statute and why it's been adopted.
I have some slides. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this item not only is about awareness for Assembly Bill 413, but also proposed revisions to the Municipal Code 3-712 pertaining to parking zones and a discussion about driveway parking permits. So what is AB 413? It's also known as the daylighting bill. It passed this past year and it's been in effect since the beginning of this year, amended California Vehicle Code Section 22500. So prohibits parking on 20 feet on the approach of any crosswalk, whether it's marked or unmarked. So for example, in this picture on the left here, this car that's parked real up close to this crosswalk here, this is not considered a legal parking spot anymore. This is statewide, no red curb and signage is necessary. This is similar to the statewide fire hydrant parking restriction. No red curb is required at a fire hydrant, but statewide, you're not allowed to park within 15 feet of a fire hydrant. There is a provision in AB 413 or in the vehicle code now that allows that no parking zone should be reduced to 15 feet when there is a curb extension. And so in this example along Grant, we've taken that exception in mind when we've redone the red curbs along Grant as part of the bulb outs project there. Just as an additional background, we've also received questions from residents this past year in various districts, and we've provided that information about AB 413 and that it will be discussed at a future council meeting. I think some of the council members have also been looped in on that information as well. And one other thing to note is that this type of law is already in effect in 43 other states. So some of the benefits of daylighting, as with AB 413, is that this improves the visibility of pedestrians using crosswalks. So when there's improved visibility at crosswalks, there's an increased likelihood of drivers yielding to pedestrians, which consequentially will hopefully reduce the number and severity of collisions at crosswalks. For example, there's a couple cities in New Jersey that I think achieved zero traffic-related fatalities in 2022. They, implemented a wide variety of traffic calming measures, traffic safety measures. They did cite daylighting as one of those measures that did help achieve positive traffic safety outcomes. Now, of course, with this law removing parking, we understand that parking is in pretty high demand throughout the city. We don't have an exact number of parking spaces that are removed as part of this law, but we do have some information from City and County of San Francisco that if all intersection approaches in San Francisco were marked red, they estimate about a 5% reduction in parking. That's not what we're proposing here. We don't have the resources to paint every single corner. As a couple of examples, here's Ringe and Farrell. We expect one parking spot to be removed here, this one right over here. There's no parking on Ringe already, and there's no red curb on this side of the street. So not every intersection is going to lose 4 parking spaces. A lot of intersections already have the necessary red curb. Here at Barrow and Lucia, we're going to lose, this space on the northeast Barrel Street approach, but we already have red curb on the other approaches, whether it's a fire hydrant or just existing red curb that's been installed over the years. So our recommended approach for implementation of this law, any curb changes, is that something we'll look into is, in the vehicle code, it allows jurisdictions to adopt a different distance if it's justified through a traffic safety study. So we'll look into and see what that study's requirements are. But at this time, we don't know of any other jurisdiction that is willing to explore that path to establish a different length besides 20 feet. So for now, we're, due to limited resources, we're prioritizing installation of red curbs at critical locations such as school zones. So any crosswalk that's marked with yellow crosswalks, generally that's within 500 feet of a school. We'll also prioritize signalized intersections, locations with visibility challenges, multiple approach lanes, or heavy pedestrian activity, and other locations where we observe higher conflicts between drivers and pedestrians. Feedback we get from the police department and any feedback that we get from residents. We regularly receive feedback from residents asking to install red curb at intersections or driveways for visibility reasons. We also collaborated with the parking enforcement unit in the police department to produce an educational flyer for public distribution, just informing residents about this new law and some of the dangers of blocking crosswalks and parking too close to crosswalks and how that affects pedestrian safety. So as a companion to this item, we're proposing some revisions in our municipal code. Section 3-71203 in the municipal code currently requires us to actually stripe red curb within 25 to 30 feet of all intersections. So our existing municipal code is actually more strict than the current state vehicle code. We haven't widely implemented this, and so we propose to remove most of this section to be in alignment with state law. In response to the reduced parking at intersections, we're proposing to reduce the fire hydrant no parking zone from 30 feet, 15 on each side, to 20 feet, or 10 on each side. CVC 22514 allows jurisdictions, we don't have to do a study for this, we can adopt a different fire hydrant red curb zone length. As long as it's more than 10 feet, we don't have to put red curb, but we will be putting red curb if we adopt this reduced no parking zone. We're also proposing revisions to municipal code to align with council adopted curb policies like red curb requests. The current code language doesn't align with our current policies for residents wanting red curbs, green curbs, or handicap parking spaces. We're also proposing revisions to 1205 and 1206 to provide flexibility to staff for varying time limits and uses for the curb space. As we've learned, certain types of curb zones have different uses throughout the day, and the current code language doesn't allow for that flexibility. So we're proposing more latitude for staff to implement, things like passenger loading zones, commercial loading zones with differing time limits and different days of operation depending on the use that's there. We're also proposing to remove the taxi cab stands provision in the municipal code. We're not aware of any active taxi cab stands in the city. And so we're proposing to remove this since due to societal shifts, more people are using rideshare services. And then finally, some general language cleanup, gendered language, obsolete terminology in the municipal code. These changes were discussed at the March Public Works and Sustainability Commission meeting and later refined and approved by the city attorney's office.
Let me pause you there for a second, Ryan. So these code revisions have to do, and the occasion really is the AB 413, but there are several other code cleanup language items, the fire hydrant, for instance, and the taxi cabs and things like that. That's one of the asks tonight. The other that we wanted to talk about is more of a discussion item for potential future ordinance that we'll get into. And this was a referral made by the council a couple of years ago now regarding a driveway permit system, driveway parking permit system, which is allowed by state code if the local council adopts an ordinance to that. So we're late in getting this back to you. It's probably out of mind for many of you, but we wanted to address it now with these other parking changes. So Ryan, would you kick that off just a little bit?
Yeah, so as Andy said, this is not part of the current ordinance change. This is based on council direction from a while ago. So CVC 22507.2 allows jurisdictions by ordinance to issue parking permits for residents to block their own driveway, park in front of their own driveway. Some cities that have this type of program include Long Beach, Hermosa Beach, and Lawndale. Some of the likely requirements that need to be included when we were doing the research for this is that this could only apply for driveways that serve a single dwelling unit. It could only apply for parallel on-street parking within the roadway, so it doesn't legalize blocking sidewalks or parking on the parkway. It doesn't guarantee a space if the driveway apron is too narrow between other legally parked vehicles. We're proposing that, for a program like this, there could be one permit per property address and 3 vehicles tied to that permit, and all of those vehicles have to be registered to that same address. A permit wouldn't be issued if a conflict or a safety hazard is created, as determined by engineering and the police department. More on that on the next slides. And then other parking regulations would still apply, like street sweepings, time limits, and the vehicle code. We expect that there will be a limited benefit to this type of program, because this will primarily serve areas that have a driveway that only serves one dwelling unit in an area with low on-street supply and high on-street demand. So it effectively, disallows this type of permit from most of the city, really. We had discussions with the police department, and they determined their proposed fee in this fiscal year to be about $300 per permit per year. This is just to do cost recovery for this type of permit. The primary reason being that this type of permit program requires a lot of staff time to administer. Not only each permit requires a review by a municipal service officer in the police department and by engineering division to make sure that, if someone is parked there, it wouldn't cause a traffic hazard. So each permit would have to be reviewed compared to, residential preferential permits. Those are much easier to approve. We also discussed any concerns with the fire department, the police department. They're here to answer any questions as well. The police department had concerns about reduced parking availability during calls. They typically park in front of the driveway aprons when responding to calls, so that could potentially block narrow streets, especially one-way streets during responses. From the fire department's side, that, if there's a long line of vehicles parked along driveway aprons, that can affect the transport of medical gurneys between residences and ambulances. They typically use the driveway aprons to better facilitate transport into ambulances. and it affects their ability to respond to residential garage fires. So those are some of the concerns during discussions with fire and police. And so for tonight, our staff recommendation is to approve the recommended AB 413 strategic implementation approach, provide staff direction on whether to return for any ordinance changes on a driveway parking permit program, and introduce for first reading associated municipal code changes for in response to AB 413 and general cleanup to current policy. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Light, and thank you, Ryan and Andy, for the presentation. I thought it was concise. AB 413 has the potential for having a severely negative impact on parking in the city, no doubt. And we already are so impacted with the lack of parking in the first place that this could make things a whole lot worse, unfortunately. Fortunately, on the good side, AB 413 is noted by Andy and Ryan, specifically allows for an adjustment to that. The statute says that 20-foot requirement can be reduced if it's supported by a traffic study that would support it being safe to do so. So it all but invites the city to, hey, take a look. We're not mandating 20 feet. If you think you could go shorter in certain areas and be safe about it, study it, do it. The city of Truckee, I found out, and speaking with the city manager and doing some research, is doing a study right now for the same reasons. They're impacted by this. They're looking into it. And so I think it would be prudent to study whether that 20 feet is really the way to go in every intersection in our city. Can we go shorter? I know we've got a lot of data and a lot of institutional knowledge about our intersections with all the stop signs we've put up, which have been a good thing in a lot of instances. So I think it's important to, and candidly prudent to study this a little further before we go all in and say, yeah, 20 feet. And I wanted to note, one of the main sponsors of this daylighting bill, Mayor, AB 413, was the National Association of City Transportation Officials, NACTO, and I know Ryan's familiar with that organization. And I'll read from the AB 413 legislative analysis, which is really the heart and soul of this bill. And here's what NACTO had to say. NACTO's daylighting recommendation is intended to promote the practice of daylighting, but is not intended as a blanket requirement. For topics as contextually specific as daylighting and curbside use, there might be some AB 413 unintended consequences if one were to directly copy that relatively simple guidance into law. For example, a city may determine that less than 20 feet is appropriate for a specific intersection. Our recommendation is further caveated, and this is key. NACTO notes that daylighting on its own can create longer highway-like clear zones when you move those cars away from the intersection, that actually may decrease safety. Wide corners with large sight triangles may create visibility, but in turn may cause cars to speed through the intersection, losing the peripheral vision they might have retained at a slower and more cautious speed. So I just mentioned that because this is one of the main proponents. They're saying basically, hey, this could be unsafe. It's further encouragement that I think more studies needed before we implement into law that 20 feet from every intersection requirement. We have the authority to do it. I understand it can't be done immediately, but additionally, this is a highly contentious type of issue. If residents hear correctly or incorrectly, hey, parking's going away, think street sweeping and the misinformation that was out there in the storm that created. Let's not do that here. Let's not have an unforced error, as it were. So I would suggest at a minimum we come back after November, so to speak, and give some time to look further into, can we do a study? What can we study? And go from there. And I want to say I fully support the ideas of fire and police and Ryan and others that certainly in sensitive areas around schools and the hydrants, we got to take care of those and make sure those are fully safe as soon as we can. So I did want to daylight that, no pun intended.
Daylight the daylight.
It's better than gaslighting it, so.
Better than gaslighting. So let's move cautious. Let's study a little further. Let's come back. And that was the most important thing I wanted to say. If I may have one more moment, Mayor. On the driveway parking permit program, I think that was a noble idea and was certainly worth looking into. And I appreciate staff making that referral. And after looking at the materials and hearing from police and fire, they've identified some pretty serious public safety hazards with doing that. And I want to defer to them. And so I'm not inclined to go along with that because of those public safety reasons. So that's all I wanted to say for now. Thank you, staff, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to double down on that. I just moved my van today to the other side of the street because of parking restrictions. And as I drove through the neighborhood, I mean, it's just, even though our street is fairly well open in parking, it's not really that congested as I see in other neighborhoods. But during these street sweeping days, I see cars that are on the corners. I mean, actually parked on the curves of corners that are, if we had painted sidewalks, they'd probably be inside them. So this would just exacerbate the situation we already have on parking shortages. And I want to double down on what was just said about the parking on driveways. I think it introduces another enforcement problem in that where I have seen this, and people tend to also park across the sidewalk. And then you have ADA problems because you don't have a wide enough sidewalk. You have people with their nose out on the sidewalk. So you have to enforce, you'd have to have the police enforce, both sides of the issue. Are they too far back? Are they too far across the sidewalk? And we already don't enforce that because walking in Riviera Village, I've had to walk around trucks that are parked at the end of their driveways because they pulled across most of the sidewalk.
If I may, I agree we don't enforce it because you see it all the time. But the permit, you're not allowed to park across the sidewalk. You're not allowed, you have to park perpendicularly. So it wouldn't change. You have to. Parallel, not perpendicularly. So to have the
Well,
permit.
my question, how many driveways you can really do that?
It would only work for a double drive, like you couldn't have a single driveway, for one car.
Well, no, you don't have to be all within. You don't have to be all within the driveway. I'm not arguing for it. I'm not arguing for it, but just that you wouldn't create that.
I thought it was perpendicular, not parallel.
No, it's parallel. You have to park
Available
parallel.
only in District 5 and District 5.
I still, yeah. I think it favors single-family dwellings and doesn't do anything for the areas that have the parking issues in general. Let's see, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I was going to agree with both of what you said. That was a good catch, Scott, from the organization. And not just the fact that it impacts emergency vehicles, and it's sloppy. It looks bad. And I think, we've got to enforce people that have permits versus people that don't. I think that's going to be a challenge because people are going to try to abuse it, saying, oh, my neighbor's doing it, and not realize that they have a permit or somebody else is doing it. Or they'll see people from out of town will come in and see people and not know about the permit, and they say, well, it's no problem. I'm seeing it all over the neighborhood. I think it has a lot more problems than it solves, and I'm not in favor of the driveway parking permit. So that's it. I would pretty much agree with what you said.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. So to me, there was a glaring omission here on something. And that's because I deal with it every day. That's the coastal zone.
Yes.
What is the impacts to that?
Earlier this year, I talked to planning staff and they did raise it with coastal commission staff, but they have not gotten back to us about that. No comment from them.
Yeah.
I will say that, if there's direction on prioritizing any red curb installations, I think the schools are first priority. I don't think we have any schools in the coastal zone
Anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
So, and just to be clear, I think we're hearing the message on the driveway program. I do think the ordinance changes can still be supported in that we currently require 25 feet of red curb in our ordinance and 30 in some locations. And this ordinance, with regard to red curb in front of intersections, is saying, getting rid of any numbers we propose and just saying it's compliant with state law. So I think an adoption of the ordinance now actually makes it better for us. It's the implementation of marking and signing, which we're not compelled to do, but certainly is a question we're getting from some residents about how are we responding to AB 413. Mike's looking at me like I'm out over my skis here, so maybe I don't. Okay. So I don't think you necessarily need to postpone adoption of the ordinance. It will make it better just to adopt the ordinance now, because you'll be eliminating what we put in code as 25 to 30 feet down to compliant with state law. Then you revert back to the state law, which is 20 feet unless otherwise proved that a shorter distance can be done. And we can certainly explore the city of Truckee, thank you for that, and other cities that may be pursuing this. We just hadn't found, before you mentioned the city of Truckee, we hadn't found any nearby who were doing that. So we're happy to do that. That was one of our bullet points as part of our implementation strategy, is to look at that to potentially reduce that.
Do you want us to alter an ordinance that we're not enforcing to a new standard that we're not intending, we don't want to enforce?
We're not talking about enforcement per se. That's the police department. We'll let them talk about
I
enforcement.
think what we're doing is proposing a cleanup of our existing ordinance to comply with current state law. And then we are recommending what I would call a strategic implementation of AB 413. And I very much agree with Councilmember Barron's remarks on us exploring whatever studies would be necessary for us to adopt locally the 15-foot standard versus 20. But in the meantime, what I'm trying to signal to everybody is that we do not have the resources to implement, nor do we intend to implement red curb painting at all crosswalks. We just don't have the capacity. Clearly, we didn't have the resources to implement the 25 to 30 feet of red curb painting at all of our intersections as described in our original ordinance. So
how do we enforce now? We don't? Is it by complaint?
Yep.
So I would, the choice between, before you is the current ordinances, do you want us enforcing it? And then it's a question of, with the chief, why aren't they enforcing it? What other additional resources would they need to enforce it? If your concern is the effect this law will have when it goes into effect on already crowded parking, I agree with Andy that it makes sense to remove our extra distances from the ordinance. But it's your decision whether or not you want that extra step enforced and then extra distance enforced. And then I don't know, it would have to come back in November. You may just want to give direction for staff to, they can come back in November with the cost of doing that traffic study. That would potentially give you the ability to come up with a different distance. But your first question is, our current ordinance, aside from enforcement, do you like those laws? If you like those laws, don't change them.
Yeah, you put your finger on it, Mike. So it seems prudent to, rather than just adopt this ordinance as written, and I appreciate the effort that went into it, we would then be locking ourselves into AB 413. And whether the curb's painted red or not, if we do this, people can't park there. And then we're going to,
I don't think it's going to matter.
well, just to finish the point, whether you paint it red or not, if we adopt this, without doing our study, then
We'd have to enforce it.
we'd have to enforce it. And this goes back to the street sweeping issue we had where we were put in kind of a weird situation of, do we extend the courtesy of not enforcing it? Do we not? And I'd like to avoid that. The other thing is, we have time. We have some time here to do this study. This doesn't have to be done tonight. This, and so the idea of putting the, the horse before the cart, as they say. Let's do the study. Let's at least look into it, report back. What can we do? And then say, okay, let's make changes if we need to and go from there. I appreciate that our current ordinance has some things in it beyond 20 feet, some are 30. We don't have to address that tonight either. I agree it should be shortened if it's safe to do that in the opinion of our public safety officials. But the net is I'd be in favor of waiting on this, doing some studying or studying a study, so to speak, and then coming back and implementing this accordingly. So,
If I may, when you say implementing it, it's going to go into law whether you take any action or not, and irrespective of any enforcement that the police do or not. Your question is, do you like the extra restrictions in some of your ordinances? And how soon do you want the city staff to focus on before it goes into effect the study, so that perhaps if it can be safely done, you can address something shorter than 20 feet?
I mean, it's a fair point.
And I agree with you.
Yeah.
You don't need to decide tonight.
We don't need to decide it tonight. It's a fair point you make. The problem is we're not enforcing that right now. So once we put pen to paper and say, yeah, we're going forward with this ordinance, we're even more locked into the idea of having to enforce AB 413, in my opinion. So unless, I mean, at this point, I've said everything I wanted to say. Thanks.
So, all right, so,
Got my hand up.
yeah, I've said the floor though.
And Nils,
That's a problem.
Councilmember Narenheim's first, then Councilmember Obaji.
So I like your hierarchy here of what to implement first, right? I think that the second one should be identified intersections that we've had issues with, stop sign issues with, people either ticketing or accidents, either or combined. We can create heat maps, we know through the Twitters or Swiffers or whatever it is, identify the areas. And I think that's really even probably more so than the school zone is critical. And definitely a large pause on the coastal zone area, right? I actually don't disagree with creating some sort of a permit program. I do think the $300 is a bit much. And it's more so a one-time thing that should be granted for X amount of time, especially if once we start going down the path of implementing this program, there's gonna be, 5%, we're gonna start losing parking spots. And people already are doing illegal parking in different areas. And I just want clarification on the parkway. If there's a large parking apron, like a 15-foot apron, they have a 10-foot car, people are allowed to park on that apron, correct?
I don't think so. I think our current code does not allow parking on a parkway.
Okay. Maybe that could be included in there, because I see that happening in certain areas sometimes, especially in the coastal zone where there is a significant impact to local parking for residents. Other than that, I mean, we don't have a choice. From what I understand, this is that's happening regardless of us, right? So we want to make sure that we want to get as much protections for ourselves in there as possible. I'd have to know a little bit more as to what our individual rules are with the red curves. I mean, you mentioned a few of them.
This section of the code has to do with how we mark curbs, not how we enforce parking laws.
Right,
So-
no, I
so,
get that. No,
yeah.
I mean like the marking. So if that's all you had there, then go to the minimum requirements, and then we can expand out from there. So if our expanded, if some of our things are greater than theirs, let's stick to that.
That's
Right.
commensurate with what we proposed.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's it.
So to clarify, you're saying if our municipal code is saying 30 feet, you want to stick with 30 feet? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
You want a
In certain
30-foot
areas, right? It's not
curve.
everywhere throughout the city.
No, I know, I'm just saying, that's reducing kind of, that's.
But we already have it in that,
No,
correct?
no, I understand. I'm just saying, then we wouldn't be opening up additional parking spaces. If the state law is saying 20 and our municipal code saying 30, we have the availability to go to 20 and open up parking spaces. And you
Right,
don't want to do that.
I'd be in favor of that because we would have a 30 feet for a reason, right? Previous to the state law. That would be my assumption.
Right. Yeah, our goal here with these changes is to try to create as much flexibility as we possibly can under the law. That's the goal here. And we are going to be stuck with, unfortunately, and I completely agree with all the comments that have been made. It's a very much an imposition, but we are stuck with AB 413, irrespective of what we do with our ordinance. That's a fact. Our ordinance currently is more restrictive than AB 413, ironically. So I think what Andy's telling you is we would like to make our local requirements less restrictive or equally restrictive to state law and maintain what flexibility we can in implementing state law.
Right, and that's what I was saying, that, so it's going to go into effect anyways. Right now, your law, irrespective of the enforcement, is even tougher. But I'm aware of the hour. It may be if we come back in November and you give direction to explore that study, then you can come back ready to say, yeah, we'd like to see these sections changed. And then right after that, we can come back with, for first introduction.
Yeah, then I would say to have a list of what we need to advise on our sides, right? If this is the list, then come back and say, there's ours, right? And why we'd want to.
Well, and this is it. I don't think it was in your packet, but you'll have it in the blue folder and you can work through that. And we can
do a side by side. If it would
Side by
help, we
side,
can
yeah.
do a
Right,
side by
that would be
side.
helpful because, yeah.
Yeah, we can do that if it'll help. I mean, and clearly, and I get it, it's late and we certainly, we have no intention of implementing any of this before November.
Right.
Just so everyone knows. But, and we can delay this action, but that's our goal here. I just want to make sure everyone understands. We're trying to create as much flexibility locally as we possibly can under the law.
Councilmember Obaji.
Right, so the law is applying to Redondo Beach regardless. 20 feet within this intersection, you could be cited. And some smart aleck could call the police department, dispatch, and say, hey, somebody's parked right next to the intersection. Police, will you enforce it? And we can't tell Chief Hoffman, I think we learned this before, we can't tell him, don't enforce that law, right?
That is
All right.
correct.
So.
And they may not be a smart aleck. They may be pulling out and can't see
can't see,
traffic
right,
and
right,
almost
right,
get
right.
hit or get hit and then make a complaint and it's complaint driven. And so.
Right.
But ironically, just to add on to your thought train here, they could point to our Muni code right now and say, you should be enforcing to a 25 to 30 foot standard. And we are not currently doing that.
Right, okay.
So that's just to keep it in
Right.
context.
So,
Our current law
so
is more restrictive.
changing the ordinance at least gets us closer to what the actual law is, right?
Correct.
You should figure out which one you like better because this could be safer but eliminates parking. Or you may want to do the study so you can get even under 20 feet
Right.
when it's safe to do so.
If you can light up 2B, please. This is the corner, this is Grant Avenue and Slauson. Just so Councilmember Narenheim, you don't think that because there's red striping, there's a reason. Fortunately, when Ryan first came on, Mr. Liu came on city staff, he noticed this right away. Look at this red stripe. Look at how far the red stripe goes. keeps going all the way down this whole length past the basketball court, right to the end of the basketball court. There's no rational reason for that. Now, he peeled that back,
But real quick, that's not as per our municipal code. That's just because somebody did that at some point in time for some reason.
right, but I'm just saying, just because it's red striped doesn't mean that there's a legitimate reason for having red striped it, right?
100% agreed, but
Okay.
yeah, I know.
That was for sightline purposes in the park, I'm sure.
Oh, maybe. Okay, so my final point is maybe in our traffic studies to substantiate a deviation from the state law or our studies, maybe we can look at, for example, the accident rates in certain areas. I imagine that the pedestrian accident rate in District 4, although we got high density, I'd hope that it's low because we have the all-way stop signs at every single intersection in the district. So, maybe that's justification for not imposing the requirement, right? With that said, I would love the 10 feet or 15 feet of cars not being parked towards the intersection because it would increase visibility. That's all. Thanks.
Just to
When there's enforcement, if a person complains, you can imagine how the person who gets the ticket will feel when there's no red marking. And it's illegal under state law. And they say we don't have an obligation to paint it.
We'll get challenges.
Oh, yeah, well, you get irate people.
Yeah.
So that's an issue. That's something else to consider, whether you want to put more resources on a lesser distance, but maybe paint where you have those.
Like parking in alleyways.
Yeah.
So Charter City doesn't have any control over parking?
Right?
Vehicle code.
Not inside of 15 feet of a crosswalk.
20.
Or 20.
Yeah.
We're going to remain
There's a
optimistic.
bullback, only if there's a
We're going to remain optimistic. Our studies justify 15.
Can I? Oh, I was just going to.
Is that the truth? I mean, why can't a charter city set its own parking standards?
Ask the governor.
This is the vehicle code was preempted by. But it gives a carve out for if we do that study.
That doesn't matter whether we're a charter city or not.
No, it doesn't. Because vehicle safety is a matter of statewide concern, and cities are specifically preempted.
Can I make a motion then to table this item and bring it back at the third meeting in November? Is that a good time?
That's probably a good time. That will be that's the weekend, that's Thanksgiving weekend, week.
No, Thanksgiving is the following week.
Oh, it's Thanksgiving on the 28th this year?
Yeah, it's late this
good.
year.
All right, yeah, perfect. That's
cool?
good. Good night then.
19th.
Okay, so we have a motion for, and a
Microphone on. We had a couple of items. Could you put our recommendation page up just to get clarity on the driveway parking issue as well while we're here?
No.
Are we done with that? I heard
No
some
action
support
on it.
for it. No action. Okay. Yeah.
I would come back with the apron and the driveway. It really depends on how much, parking. If we're losing 5% of our parking, that's a massive amount of parking, right?
Maybe gaining parking.
We may be gaining parking. We should leave the option open for now, just to understand.
for driveway parking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to get three votes there.
Well, it's the apron parking too, the parkway apron and
Do you have
parkway.
a second? Anybody want to second that?
The apron parking is just our code that says, our parkway specifically says, no person shall stop, stand, or park a vehicle within any parkway. That's just written. The ordinance that the city attorney brought to light that would have to be passed, or the state statute that would allow us to do the driveway parking permit is not for parkway parking, it's for parallel parking in front of the driveway on the street. So those aren't necessarily two things that we can merge together through a permit process. We could change our ordinance to allow people to park on a parkway as long as they didn't park across the sidewalk, as you mentioned. But that's also has a limited benefit given the very few number of parkways that are 15 or 16 feet long to support a car.
And I'd asked Mr. Wingy to bring them together so that if you're losing parking spaces, you can at least decide whether or not you want to gain parking spaces. I'm hearing 4 people not, so I'm assuming it will just be the other part of
The
the
daylight
study
part.
and the daylight part.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I heard a second. May I ask the city manager a
Did we hear
question?
a second?
I don't know, do we have a second on that?
Yeah,
I have,
seconded
yes,
your motion.
flashing.
Okay, so
Like,
we have a
before we-
motion and a second.
Ma-
Yes.
Do you need, Mr. City Manager, any direction to study a study?
Oh, I think we
understand?
got it. I think we got it.
You got it.
Yeah.
Understand it, come back November, not going to have it done, but you could fill us in how we can maybe, we've got pretty safe
We'll do a
streets.
little more research. Appreciate the lead on Truckee, as you and I discussed.
Truckee,
And
National
we'll see if there's
Association,
anybody else that's commissioning a
NACTO,
study.
yeah.
We'll look at NACTO, see if there's anything else that can justify. We've had similar thoughts on what we could use to justify perhaps the
Okay.
reduction. But we'll give you a better sense of that in November when we bring this back.
And when you bring it back, if we have any further info from the Coastal Commission.
Yeah, we'll let you
for the
know.
Coastal Zone.
I'm assuming vehicle code might trump coastal zone too, so we'll see.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any,
Hold on.
any public?
Comments?
Just for clarification, the intro is not going to, it's going to be moved to,
Yeah, it's all continuing,
okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Any member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
None.
Okay,
All right.
all for?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. City manager items?
Just a quick reminder on what we're looking at over the next few weeks. Next Tuesday night, we'll have both a robust closed session as well as 2 significant open session items. We'll have return of the cannabis ordinance conversation, and we will also have your strategic plan update matrix for consideration and of approval. The following week, we'll be back talking general plan again on a hearing basis and Seaside Lagoon designs. Those will be the 2 substantive items on the 15th. We'll be dark on the 22nd. Hopefully well, we can take at least 1 Tuesday off. And then we do have scheduled public hearing on the general plan for October 29th. So we do have that 5th Tuesday of the month is also a council meeting. So just a reminder, calendar wise, that's what we're looking at.
I got a quick question, very quick question. Are we going to have a meeting on election night?
We are going to have a meeting on election night.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
How was the debate?
Well, that's
The vice
different story.
presidential debate?
All right, move on. Let's move on.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't have time to watch it tonight.
All right.
Mr. City Manager, anything
Yes.
else?
Nope, that's it.
All right, referrals to staff, Councilman Narenheim,
None, thank you.
Councilman Lowenstein,
No, thank you.
Councilman Obaji,
Nope.
Councilman Barrett.
No, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
None for me.
Wow.
I will give 5 seconds to the mayor to come back and see if he has anything.
Motion, you can't make referrals.
All right.
Did we, hold on, I got a quick question. Did
Can I-
we ever actually officially close in memory of, I forgot, I had his name on it, not Damien, the kid from Barrel?
We had a dance party for
We
him.
did, but we did not officially
Kingston
close.
Navarro.
Kingston Navarro, thank you. And then,
In his honor,
did we
did.
actually officially close that time?
I think we did.
With a certificate and everything? Okay. Yeah,
I don't know if we
okay.
get a certificate. Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second,
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.